Okay, is this better? Okay. All right, I was muted. Sorry. Welcome to live stream number 178. Raising Samuel for fun and profit. Take two. I forgot I muted it earlier in the day. Oops. Hey, no one ever accused us of practicing organized religion. Totally disorganized here. Okay, well, thank you for joining us despite that false start. Totally professional. We're professionals. Professional what? I don't know. So anyway, I want to thank you guys for joining us tonight, where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. I just a bit of housekeeping, like normal. We want to, if you are interested in joining us for that Egypt and the Bible tour, please see the link in the description. It's going to be a great time, and you're not going to get a view of Egypt like this from anyone else. So it's going to be an exciting trip, and we're really looking forward to this. Okay, so that covers the business end of this, the rules. Okay, and the rules for tonight are the same as they are every week. If you've heard this already 100 times, then just, well, you've heard it. Super chats have priority. That's true on every YouTube channel everywhere. Should not come as a surprise. We do take non-super chat questions. In order to be considered for this, you have to put a Q and a colon in front of it. No Q, no colon, and not at the beginning, we don't see it. So it might as well not exist. Okay? Only post your non-super chat question once. If you posted more than once, it'll get disqualified. Okay? If you ask a question about a verse in the Bible, we do ask that you give us a little context, particularly what book it's from, what chapter, and the verse. You know, this is just going to save us time from hunting it down. So, we do really need that information if you ask us a question in the Bible. And then finally, if you sponsor a non-super chat, which we do allow, we ask that you put the entire text of the question in the super chat. That way we don't have to go hunting for it. It just makes things a lot easier for us. Okay? So that said, let's begin with the questions. Hi, daughter of the Most High. Okay. Get this out of the way. Okay. Okay. The first the non-super chat question is actually from Joshua Samuel Hamilton. And he said, you said you don't believe St. Luke was the beloved physician who wrote the Lucan third gospel. Who did? The church fathers are unanimous. The internal evidence corroborates it. No, I didn't say that. Okay. I think you misunderstood. I do think that Luke the physician wrote the third gospel. The question had to deal with, was he a Gentile or was he a Jew? And I didn't know, to be honest. So, but I still think Luke the physician wrote the third gospel. Okay? But what I was also saying that the greater debate in scholarship is, was it Luke who wrote that? I happen to believe that Luke the physician wrote that gospel. Okay? So, just want to make sure that that's clear, that I believe that Luke the physician wrote the Gospel of Luke. Okay? So, I think you misunderstood here, and I wanted to clarify that. Okay. Mobius asks, why do the writings of some amateur historians read like a manifesto from the Unabomber? Oh boy. Okay. A lot of amateur historians have very woolly thinking and not a real sound methodology to their historical thinking. And that sort of carries over into their writing in general. So if they're using woolly thinking in their historical thinking, they're probably going to do it in their other writing too. This is oftentimes why amateur historians, when they write, it's very disorganized, it's very muddled, it's not clearly thought out. So, bad thinking on the one end does seem to result in bad writing on the other end. So, it's one of those things where I think that it's just if you start off with a bad foundation, you end up with a bad house. So, I think that's why a lot of amateur historians end up when they start writing this stuff out in a complete shambles and a mess, because they're not starting with a good foundation to begin with. Okay, so I hope that helped. Even if it's a provocative question, I thought it was an interesting question and was worth taking. Okay, next one here is going to be from, let's see, 403. Take a look at that. And next one is going to be right here. Okay, next one here is going to be from the Haystack. And he asks, would Jethro likely have received his priesthood lineage through the chain of priesthood or genealogy leading back to Melchizedek, or would he be a break off from Abraham? Okay, I think one of the things we have to do here is understand exactly what the Melchizedek priesthood is, because it's not like the Aaronic priesthood. Okay? Nothing like it at all. And that's what makes it special. The Aaronic priesthood is passed down familial lines. It's something you inherit by being the son of a priest. The Melchizedek priesthood doesn't work that way. Not at all. The Melchizedek priesthood is a one-off. Okay? It's a priesthood without predecessors or successors. And it's a priesthood that is both king and priest in one. So it's unique. It's monogenes, one of a kind. It's totally, it's completely separate from anything else in Israelite culture. In fact, it's not even Israelite. Technically, it's Jebusite. It's technically Jebusite. It's outside the whole framework of Israelite culture altogether. And that's what sort of makes it stand out, is that Abraham accepts the credentials of a Jebusite king who also happens to be a priest of El Elyon, who Abraham recognizes as God Most High. So, it's one of those things where it's totally unique. It doesn't have predecessors, and that's the whole point of it. Does not have predecessors, doesn't have successors. It stands alone. So, Jethro wasn't a priest. He was of the line of Judah. He's of the line of kings. He can't be a priest, not under the Aaronic system. Judahites cannot be priests. They can't attend to temple service. They can't do any of that. That's forbidden. That's verboten. So then for Jesus Christ to be a priest, he has to be something special, something unique, something monogenes, one of a kind. So then that only leaves one avenue for Jesus to be a priest, one where he's both king and priest, the royal priest, the unique priest. and that's only comes with Melchizedek. So it's a very, very interesting take on this, because it's something that's stands outside of normal temple practice. So Jethro didn't have the priesthood. He couldn't have the priesthood. He was ineligible for the priesthood. But Jesus, being the Son of the Most High, Son of God himself, incarnated in human flesh, could become this unique kind of priest. So anyway, I hope that helps. Great question. Interesting question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next question we're going to do is from 23. Okay. This is an interesting question, too. And it's interesting in that you don't hear this very often. How would you define the term preternatural as opposed to supernatural or paranormal? Okay. Now, supernatural, let's define our terms first. Supernatural is something that is beyond the natural. It's something beyond it. Okay? Paranormal is something beside the normal. Okay? So, something supernatural would be like Jesus walking on water. It's something that's beyond the natural. Natural people fall through water when they walk on it. Paranormal is something like let's say I have psychic powers and I can read my producer's thoughts. Okay? Oh, honey, really? Cookies, she wants cookies. Okay. That wouldn't actually be supernatural, but it would be something that is beside the normal. It's not normal for me to be able to read her thoughts about cookies, but it's something that would be beside the normal. Okay? Now, what preternatural is it's a amplification of the normal that is done by a spirit. Most typically done like a demon. It's most normally applied to a demon. So, something preternatural would be, for example, if someone is demon-possessed and they levitate. Okay? Yes, it is not natural. It is not supernatural either. It's in between. It's something that a angel or a demonic force could do, but it is not something that is, say, supernatural. Okay? And you do see this preternatural terms comes in, for example, when you start dealing with stuff like angelic visitations, demon possessions, those sorts of things. Like, for example, somebody who's demon-possessed might have superhuman strength. In those instances, it's not that they are doing something unnatural, or even something, but it's almost on the border of, say, hypernatural, which is sort of the natural that's amplified up, but it's caused by a spiritual entity. So that's what we mean by preternatural. Okay? So, Darkblade, which one would Spider Sense be? Spider Sense would actually be hypernatural. Okay? Spider Sense would not be supernatural. It would not be paranormal. Okay? Although it borders on paranormal. It borders on paranormal because it is a natural thing that's maybe outside of alongside the normal. But it tends to also be hypernatural. But it's not preternatural either. So, because Spider Sense is not caused by a demon. or an angelic being. Okay? Spider sense is caused by a bite from a radioactive spider. How did I know that? Jeez. Oh boy. I'm geeking out. I'm showing my geekery here. Okay. All right. So that I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And the last non-super chat here, before we get into super chats here, is what sci-fi tropes, concepts, or themes that could be explored more, or what are overdone? The ones that are explored more are a little harder to find, because if you knew which ones to explore more, you could actually exploit them and write books on them. But there's some that are definitely overdone. And I think the ones that are overdone, and there's a lot of them out there. I mean, sci-fi is a genre full of tropes, okay? But I think some of them, the ones that sort of really sort of bother me, are stuff like character resurrection. Okay? I hate character resurrection. If a character dies, I want them dead. Dead, dead. Dead, 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 dead. Osiris dead. Okay? I think when you resurrect a character, it takes out all the importance of their death. Now, I think you can bring a character back under certain circumstances. That's fine. But they're not alive anymore. And I think that's a very important distinction to make. You can bring back characters in other ways. Ones that have passed on. Like, for example, you can make them come back in, say, a journal. You find one of their old journals, and they talk to you through the journal. That's an acceptable way to do it, but they're still dead. You can bring them back as a ghost. They're not alive anymore. They're something else now. Okay, that's an acceptable way to do it. But bringing them back into their corporeal body is a cheat. And it's a cheat that makes for really poor fiction. Okay? Teens in charge. Okay, having teenagers in charge, I hate that. I hate that trope. I was really sort of, when I saw the new series of Star Trek and saw that they were all teenagers, like, no. No. Like, that's terrible. That's terrible writing. J.J. Abrams is sort of the master of this. Everybody in his films they get rid of all the old guys and they replace them with teenagers. You know, militaries don't work that way. Okay? You know, the new Star Wars films are all just catering to teenagers, and it's just like terrible. Terrible. The space cowboy and the space bar. Okay. I get sometimes the motivation by doing crossovers between westerns and science fiction. That's cool. When it's done well, it's often not done well. The Evil Empire. And I'll put alongside this the homogeneous aliens, okay? Now, when we talk about here, say, the homogeneous aliens and the Evil Empire, they're sort of the same trope. They're sort of the same trope. Which is that you've got an alien species that has uniform. They all think the same. They all look the same. They all speak the same. They all believe the same. There's no division between them. Likewise with the Evil Empire trope. They're all evil. That's all. Their only motivation is they're evil. 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 It's sloppy writing. It's bad writing. And I just don't think it works. Okay? So those are my sort of tropes that really, really, really bug me. And there's other tropes too, like the Mary Sue or the Gary Stu. What's it called now? The Chosen One trope, that's also really terrible. You're the chosen one, Anakin! It's been done a million times, and it had been done a million times before that. It's still bad. The knockoff Star Trek and Star Wars books, really terrible. Really terrible stuff. Okay? So there's lots of tropes to choose from, especially in that particular genre. But those are the ones that really bother me. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, let's get into super chats. First super chat here from TBD. What's the biggest misconception about Genesis 3? In my opinion, the biggest misconception about Genesis 3 was the Nakash serpent is a snake. That's the biggest misconception. Even beyond the whole it's literal thing, as opposed to, say, a functional creation. Okay, beside even all that, the biggest misconception, I think, is that the whole idea that Nakash is a snake that is basically a reptile that slithers on the ground, doesn't have any legs. Yes, the passage is using that as an analogy, but it's not actually communicating that it is a literal snake. It's not a literal snake. It's an angelic being. And if I had $1 for every time somebody says, oh, it's a literal snake. No, it's not a literal snake. Please, stop it. Okay? So, that's what I think is the biggest misconception about Genesis 3. Oh, boy. So, BC. I'll take... He says, I bet you must especially hate the talking snake, atheistic talking point then. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a terrible talking point. I mean, it's just bad reading upon bad reading. So it's trying to make an argument upon a bad reading, which is a terrible way of making any argument. Okay. Next super chat here is from Anthony Rugier for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, read Kenneth Kitchen's chapter that edited Ramses III's book from 2012. He said that there's no decline in Egyptian power from Ramses II until the Ramses III. Is he just holding on to an old view? Yeah, I think he is. The most recent research on this seems to say that there was a decline. There was one of the students, my guys I went to school with at Liverpool. He wrote a whole book on Ramses II, and I wish I could remember his name off the top of my head at the moment. But he wrote a huge book on Ramses II, and one of the conclusions he came to was the holdings of Ramses II were really overstated. That Ramses II was much more into building temples than actual conquest and actually holding that territory. Okay, so I think a good, even-handed approach to the whole lineage from Ramses II unto Ramses III does suggest that there was a decline in power. I mean, just look at his successor, Merneptah. You know, he's having to fight off Libyans in his 5th year. Okay, in your 5th year as king, you're supposed to have completely consolidated your power and suppressed all your enemies. And Libyans invade the whole Nile Delta, go all the way to Heliopolis, eat out the food, and it takes them 3 months to dislodge them. That's not the sign of royal power. Okay? Then after his death, there's a civil war between Seti II and Amameses. Okay? His successor did not have the strength to secure the throne. That's also an indication. Tuosret and Siptah, weak rulers, incredibly weak rulers, so weak that they couldn't actually go on campaign. So then you get to, and then there's another civil war on top of that between Tawasrit and Setnacht. Setnacht, wins the war, okay, starts a new dynasty, but he's only reigns for 6 years. He's trying to secure his throne. So by the time you get to Ramses III, okay, there's been already 50 years of civil war. It's not a good time to be king. But he does manage, at the beginning of his reign, to reestablish dominance of the coastal plain. It does seem that Ramses III never made it to the Judean foothills or inland. Okay, and those gains that Ramses III made didn't last. They didn't last. And that's a really important point, is that at the end of Ramses III's reign, inflation was spiraling out of control. It was spiraling out of control. And it was actually the whole reason, and Wolfgang Hulk notes this, that inflation is spiraling out of control. And if inflation is spiraling out of control in Egypt, that means they've lost control of the hinterlands. It almost always means that they've lost their hegemonic control, because that has always been the Egyptian curb for inflation, is you invade your vassal states, your hegemony, and you get tribute to come in, and tribute offsets the inflation by increasing the supply of goods. So the fact that there was rampant inflation at the end of Ramses III's reign indicates that they had already, in the end of Ramses III's reigns, lost control of Canaan and Nubia. So I think Ketchen here is holding on to an old view. I think it's a view that's sort of based on, well, what campaigns did certain kings do, and what seals do we find, and where do we find them? I think it's, but I think a more economic approach has sort of opened the shades on how weak the Egyptian quote empire was following the reign of Ramses II. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, in your video on essential doctrines, you argue without the fall of man as core doctrine, there is no reason for Christ to come and die for us, because there would be no sin to die for. However, does this follow? Couldn't one say that sin in the world is the result of something else? For example, an angelic fall. Okay, now you can say that evil is in the world, decay is in the world, all that stuff from an angelic fall. That's totally cool. Sin is something that is particular to humans. Okay? A rabbit cannot sin. A dog cannot sin. A table cannot sin. Only humans can sin. So it's one of those things that sin is particular to humans because of where it originates from, which is that the fall is something that originates with federative responsibility. And that's sort of the missing dogma in this, is that we have Adam sins on behalf of all mankind because he's the federative leader of mankind. Okay? If an angel sins, that doesn't affect mankind except maybe by creating evil in the world. Okay? So a angel sinning doesn't create a fall in mankind. It doesn't create a fall in mankind because an angel has no responsibility over the totality of humanity. They're sinning on their own behalf. But humans are sinful creatures because Adam had federative responsibility over us. Okay? So that's the difference here, is that federative responsibility makes us under the category of being sinful creatures. Okay? So, yes, you still need that fall in order for there to be sin for Christ to come and die. Okay? So, I think that the fall of man is an essential core doctrine of Christianity. I think the idea that angels fell and that's the cause of sin, well, then Christ would be dying for the sin of angels. And we know that that's not the case. So there's even a counterfactual here that would say prevent that as being a viable dogma. Okay? So, absolutely, fall of man is an essential core doctrine of Christianity, and it's always been regarded as such. All right? So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Okay, next super chat here is from TBD for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Did the birthright Esau sold, Genesis 25, 28 to 34, include the special relationship with God covenant as more than one child's curriculum claims? If so, what's the going rate for a relationship with God? It's an interesting question. Let's pull up our Bible here. All right, and we'll go to Genesis here. Oops. We'll read the passage. Now we're going to take your second question very rapidly after we read this, because I think that's actually more important. So Genesis 25. Okay. And verse 28. Now Rebekah loved Esau because he had a taste for game. Now Isaac loved Esau because he had a taste for game. I don't blame him. But Rebekah loved Jacob. And when Jacob had cooked stew, Esau came in from the field, and he was famished. And Esau said to Jacob, "Please let me have a swallow of that red stuff there, for I am famished." Therefore, his name was called Edom. But Jacob said, "First, sell me your birthright." That's expensive stew. And Jacob said, "Behold, I'm about to die, so what use is it then is the birthright of me?" Well, he must have been really tired, and that must have been really good stew. And Jacob said, "First swear to me," and he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and lentil stew, and he ate and drank and rose and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Okay. Now, we're going to take the next question because I think this actually gets to the point better than this. Okay? He wasn't selling a relationship. Okay, and that's going to be really important here. He sells the birthright, but not the relationship. Now, birthright is generally a double portion of the inheritance plus a blessing. Okay? Double portion of the inheritance plus a blessing. Okay? So, he's actually given up quite a bit here. He's given up some goods. So, if Isaac had 2 sons, that means Esau's given up a third of the inheritance to Jacob. Okay? But let's take the next super chat because I think that's... Yeah, lesson to be learned. Pack a lunch when you go out. Okay, TBD for $5. More seriously, I'm uncomfortable with 1, the idea that one can buy and sell God, and 2, God's apparent inability to choose who he chooses. Okay, now let's be clear about what's being sold here. What's being sold here is not relationship. It's blessing. That's what's really being sold. The inheritance is neither here nor there. What's really being sold here is the blessing. Now, you can't buy and sell a relationship with God, but you can buy and sell a blessing. Remember, a blessing is an endorsement. You can buy and sell endorsements all day long. The this is done all the time in advertisement. Okay, advertisers buy and sell endorsements all the time. They will give some basketball star free Coca-Cola for life to endorse their product. Okay, that's how endorsements work, and blessings are like endorsements. So what they're selling here, what's being sold here, is the blessing. It's the blessing that's being sold. And Isaac is basically saying, this special blessing upon the firstborn, where I vouch for this person for God to bless, is now going to go to Jacob, because Esau sold it. So the fact is that Esau despised the birthright. Okay? Now, let's be a bit honest about this too. There is a lot of obligation attached to being firstborn. This wasn't a freebie. Okay? He didn't get that extra share of the inheritance for nothing. And he didn't get that blessing for nothing. Okay? There's a responsibility attached to that birthright. The responsibility is that you take care of your parents. Okay? The responsibility to take care of your parents first fell on the firstborn, because they got a double share of the inheritance. And the responsibility to take care of your brothers if they happen to be no good deadbeats. Okay? So, Esau's a guy that likes to go and hunt. He wants to be out in the field. He doesn't want to be at home taking care of dad, or his mother, or his brother. Okay? He wants to be out hunting. He likes hunting. And Isaac has given him a lot of latitude to do that. So what Esau here is really despising is the obligation. That's what he's really despising here. It's not the blessing he's despising. It's not the inheritance he's despising. He's despising the obligation. So that's what he really dislikes here. And, there's reason why you might want to despise that. But as a result of despising it, he also despises the blessing. He rejects the blessing as a result. So, you want to be firstborn? All right, give me a bowl of stew. It's yours. You get all the obligation. You get all the responsibility. But you also get the blessing and the double share of the inheritance too. Okay? So, this is not about buying and selling relationship, although it does turn into that. That's sort of the secondary consequence of it, is that Esau, in despising his birthright, in despising the blessing, in despising the obligation, also rejects God in the process. Okay? So it's not so much that this is a buy and sell of God's relationship, it's a buy and sell of blessing. And who gets what? Yeah. It does do it, and my producer says it does do a character reveal of Esau and what kind of guy he really is. Okay? He just wants to hunt all day. So, and he's sort of your earthly, worldly man. He's worldly. He cares about the things of this world, the things that give him pleasure. Okay? So it is a big character reveal. It's totally a character reveal. Yeah, he's a hedonist. Yeah, exactly. He's a hedonist. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and it's a great question. Okay, TBD for $2. Apparently the point of the story is hope. No, it's not hope. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is what's valuable. What's really, really valuable. You know, it's a clash of values. That's what the story's about. So, okay. But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, TBD for 99 cents. He has the emoji here where he's scratching his chin. Yeah, it's not about hope. It's really about a clash of values here. What's really important? Is that blessing really important? Is your obligations important? These are the things that sort of matter in the world. Yeah. Okay. Next one here is from Anthony Gooler for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. As I read Genesis 14, 17 to 20, I get the impression that Melchizedek already knew who Abraham was when he came out to meet him. Do you see any evidence in Genesis that the two had met before? It had presumed. Let's just take a quick read of that, and we'll talk about that. Okay, 14 verses 17. And this is after the victory over the Confederacy, the Mesopotamian Confederacy in the War of Kings. Verse 17. Then after his return from the defeat of Kedorlaomer and the kings who were with him, the king of Sodom went out to meet him in the valley of Shavah, that is, King's Valley. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. Now he was a priest of the God Most High, that's El Elyon. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abraham of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be El Elyon, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him a tenth of all. Okay. So, that's the passage. Now, Melchizedek was king of Salem, which is Jerusalem. Jerusalem, as it was named back then. Abraham was not an unknown figure in that area. His main camp was at Hebron, which is really close by. Okay, so while we have no evidence from the text that the two had met prior, they almost certainly would have encountered each other at some point. You know, Melchizedek could have been at the gate of the city doing some judging, which is what kings sometimes did. There would have almost people would have almost certainly had talked about some of the sojourners in the area, and Abraham being, say, one of the more powerful sojourners with his own little private army, would have at some point come to the attention of Melchizedek. Yeah, kings keep track of private armies, okay? It's a security concern. So, and he was pretty much, he pretty much had a nice little fiefdom at Hebron. Okay, so while Hebron had its own ruler, you know, Abram had his own little fiefdom. He had his own little sojourning empire as such. He wasn't a prince, but he was certainly in control of his little location. Okay, and because Hebron is so close to Jerusalem, that would have almost certainly come to Melchizedek's attention. So I think it's one of those things where he would have almost invariably had at least heard about Abram, if not had met him at some point. So while the text doesn't say explicitly, we could pretty much guarantee it. They're close neighbors. They're very close neighbors. Okay. Next one here is also from Andrew Guler. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. Really appreciate it. Any favorite theories about what happened to the body of Alexander the Great? Apparently, it disappeared during the funeral procession. Oh, I don't really get into Alexander. We do know there's there's at least 2 or 3 tombs of Alexander the Great. I mean, you got the one in Persia that's a cenotaph. Then you got the one in Alexandria. So we don't really know what happened to the body of Alexander the Great. It just moved around. People kept stealing it. He got around almost as much while he was dead than when he was alive. Yeah, well, that's die hard. I mean, there's lots of possibilities and lots of theories about this, but nobody knows for sure. I don't have any particular view of this. It's sort of kind of post-interesting at this point. So for me, I would love to see someone actually find it. I think they did some try to do some digging around his grave, but many people have actually done excavations around his various tombs and haven't found anything so far. So, so anyway, I don't have a favorite theory here because I really don't get into Alexander the Great that much. But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Addison Weir stirring trouble for 199. I, David Falk. And then for 495, Addison Weir thinks Addison Weir wants to affirm every heresy in the history of Christianity. Well, Addison, I would strongly advise you against that. You know, it's just you shouldn't really be doing that. You know, that's a risky thing to do. I tend to be myself much more risk adverse, and I would never embrace heresy. So, thank you very much for the super chats. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Emily Tedesco here for $7.99 Australian. Thank you very much for that super chat. Asks a really complicated question. Okay, now this question's really complicated. But she asks, I'm studying an ancient Greek word which appears in the Septuagint, Obadiah 1:14. Dikboulos. Please see the continuation of the question. Okay? Dikboulos corresponds to Hebrew Perek and Vulgate exidbus, and is variously translated as crossroads, crossing, forking of the road, breach, clearing, pass, or mountains. My question is about the ancient extra-biblical meaning of a similar word, dikbole, which seems to do with loan repayment. Papyrus example, Hawara 109 AD. Okay. Now, that particular papyrus is very late. You're talking here about basically 1st or 2nd century Greek text. Okay? Now, I'm not a good person to answer this question. It's when you start talking about common era Greek texts, that's sort of out of my forte. It's really out of my forte. And dikbole does seem to be a term that's used in that sort of later Koine Greek. So it's not something I'm really comfortable discussing. Perek, that's a little different thing. That's just a Hebrew word that means parting. It's a parting. So I don't know exactly how that would relate to dikbole as someone who collects a loan repayment. So that's sort of out of my wheelhouse. So I'm going to probably have to give this a pass as far as giving you something definitive. But as far as the Hebrew goes, The Hebrew is much more along the lines of being as I say a division or a parting. So, for example, two friends would walk down the road and they would perek, part ways. So that's sort of how it would be used in the Hebrew. But I wouldn't know how it would be used in the Greek. That's a whole different language with a whole different context. So I hope that helps. But unfortunately, it's really, this is something that you would need a New Testament or even a patristic scholar to actually help you out with. Somebody who really knows that later Koine Greek to help you out here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I'm sorry I couldn't give you more here. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. What's the difference between non-order and disorder? That's actually an interesting question. Non-order means that there hasn't been an order established. Doesn't mean it's in chaos. Doesn't mean that there's churning or anything like that. It just means that it's a blank slate. So something that has a non-order is something that is just not organized. Disorder is when you have, say, something that's disorganized, confused, might have churning of the structure. So that would be the difference, is that there's non-order is just something where you've got a blank slate and you're creating order where there wasn't previously. Disorder is where you take something that's already ordered and turn it into disorder. Okay? So yeah, Darkblade has it here. Disorder, crazy, non-order, general absence of order. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for $1.99. Who was Pharaoh during Abram's time? Wow. That's a really hard question to answer. And the reason why it's so hard to answer is because Abram lived during the 13th dynasty. The problem with the 13th dynasty is during the lifetime of Abram, even in, say, just where we know he sort of overlapped with, say, Amraphel Shinar and Neferhotep I, there's about 20 kings, okay? There's a lot of kings that reigned during that 13th dynasty. It's sort of a pig's breakfast of different different rulers. A lot of these rulers only reigned 2 or 3 years. It's really crazy. Neferhotep I, which we know would have been contemporary with Abram, he reigned 10 years. He was the exception. Okay, he was the exception. That was just a weird dynasty. As I said, like 2-3 years was the norm for those kings. So we don't know if and we don't know why that is. You know, we don't know if they're knocking each other off, if they're killing each other off, if they're yeah, sounds like a lot of disorder. Yeah, it was a lot of disorder. Yeah, that describes the 13th dynasty. And the 13th dynasty is when things in Egypt are falling to bits. Okay, 13th dynasty is, it's totally falling apart. It's not a great dynasty to be king. Okay? Dossman. Italian mob in the 13th dynasty, it could be. That has been proposed. No, it's been proposed that there was so much palace intrigue during the 13th dynasty that they were just killing each other. You know, that has been a proposed idea here. So, yeah, that's a serious idea that has been put out there for the 13th dynasty. Some have said that, you know, like Haystack as his elected officials. That has been proposed too, but because the length of the reigns are so weird and odd, that's been sort of ruled out. So, um, it would make sense if it was like a, say, a static term, but the terms are really weird. Some of these guys reign a single year, some of them reign 2 years, 3 years, some reign 7. The rare exception will reign 10. So it's just not a. It's a really weird time to be king. Really weird time. Egyptian Republic. Yeah, maybe, but there doesn't seem to be any sense of election. That's the one thing we sort of have ruled out, but that's about the only thing we have ruled out. But we don't know what's really going on the 13th, and the whole rulership of Egypt is falling apart during the 13th dynasty. So that unfortunately makes it really difficult to figure out who was Pharaoh in Abraham's time. There were lots of pharaohs during Abraham's time. We just don't know which is the one he talked to. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for Super Chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Were pharaohs allowed to take any women? Genesis 12:15. We'll take that. Genesis 12:15. 12:15. Okay. And Pharaoh's officials saw her and praised her to Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. Okay. No. The answer to this is Pharaoh was not allowed to take any woman he wanted. Okay? Now, here's what Pharaoh could do. If Pharaoh wanted a woman, he could persuade either the husband or the wife to get a divorce. Okay? But if she said no, that was no. A pharaoh could not take a married woman, a woman that refused to get a divorce, and a husband that refused to let her, or refused also to divorce. Okay? So if both the man and the woman, married man and woman, refused to get a divorce, Pharaoh could not take her as a wife. That was forbidden. Okay? Because it's still one marriage at a time in Egypt. And that was the law of the ancients. Okay? So, a pharaoh could not just see a woman that pleased him and take her. He had to get consent. Something wrong? Okay, so pharaohs just could not say, okay, this married woman, I want her. Like, for example, if a prince had a beautiful wife, he couldn't take her. Pharaoh was not permitted to do that. And the higher the marriage, the more permanent it was. So if there was some nomarch somewhere that had a beautiful wife, Pharaoh couldn't just take her. It wasn't permitted that way. Yeah, it reduced wars. Yeah. Yeah, so if she was single, yeah, no problem. If she had a sister, no problem. Okay? But the married woman could not be taken by Pharaoh unless he could cajole a divorce. And at that point, it's like the king had other options. He had better alternatives. Okay. Darkblade asks, is this related to Abraham telling Sarah to say that she was actually his sister? Yes, it was. Okay. The implication here that was that Abraham lied to tell Pharaoh, or basically to say that Sarah was his sister. The implication is unmarried sister. And essentially, Abraham had the fear that if Pharaoh saw that he was married to a beautiful woman, Pharaoh would kill him and take the woman. Egyptians didn't do that anyway. Okay. That's not something Egyptians did. So it was sort of one of those irrational fears by Abraham that caused him to lie. An Egyptian couldn't kill you for just any reason, and even the king of Egypt couldn't kill you for just any reason. There had to be a crime. Being married to a beautiful woman wasn't a crime. So, not even in the Middle Kingdom. So, even though he had this fear, it wasn't a rational fear. It wasn't something that the Egyptians did. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is it more likely that there were several Abrahams or one Abraham who is honorifically transposed as the last of his line? I think it's probably more the latter. I think there was a line of Abraham that sets out from Haran. Okay? Now, it's probably already likely that that Abraham is not the same Abraham that's going to sort of give birth, beget Isaac. So I think there's a line of Abraham here, but that Abraham coming out of Haran, the last one is going to be honorifically transposed as the last of his line. So I think that's sort of going on there. So I think that's the best explanation for it. But, it could be the other way around, too, is that that you had a line of Abrahams. That's possible also, where you had one Abraham coming out of Haran, and his offspring gets renamed, or named Abraham as well. And that happened as well. So either one is a possibility, and we don't know which one for sure, but I think it's probably the latter. Okay? So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. What's an example, AT Ministers for $1.99? Thank you for the super chat. What's an example of a prophet using a scribe? That would be the prophet Jeremiah. Would be probably the best example of this. Let's go to Jeremiah, and I'll point this out to you. Jeremiah 36 and verse 4. Then Jeremiah called Baruch, son of Neriah, and Baruch wrote at the dictation of Jeremiah all the words of the Lord, which he had spoken to him on a scroll. Okay, so here we have an example of what's called an amanuensis, a scribe or a secretary that takes down the words of somebody else. So here we have Jeremiah the prophet, and he's called Baruch, son of Neriah, to start recording what I'm going to say. Hey, Baruch, I got this word from the Lord. We want you to write it all down on the scroll. So this is an example of a prophet using a scribe. Jeremiah is the prophet, is using Baruch, son of Neriah. And Baruch is a scribe. So, there you go. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is Moses saying that Lot going with Abraham is a bad thing? Why is it bad? Genesis 12, 4-A. Okay. All right. Genesis 12. Okay. And it says here, so Abraham went forth as the Lord spoken to him, and Lot went with him. Okay, so that's 12a. Now, the problem here is going to be 12:1. Now the Lord said to Abraham, "Go forth from your country and from your relatives and from your father's house to the land which I show you." This is the problem. The Lord said, pick up, leave your relatives behind, leave your father's house behind. Lot's a relative. Lot should have been left behind. So he's basically being told, okay, this is going to be your problem for your future if you do this. So if you want to follow my lead, you would be best to make a clean break of your family. Okay, your family's no good. Leave them behind. Not really, but that is kind of the message. Yeah. Abraham would have never gotten involved in Sodom if it hadn't been for Lot. If it hadn't been for Lot, we wouldn't have Edom and Moab. Countries that are going to be a problem for Israel's future. So, Jack Ray, bad Lot. A bad Lot. Ooh, bad pun. Bad pun. Okay, so that's what's kind of going on here. Is Abram's told to leave his family, to leave him behind. Leave his father's relatives back in Syria. They've got a good thing there. Leave them there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's quite. Barclay says so. Abraham starts off only half-heartedly following God. Yeah. You're right. I meant Ammon and Moab. Sorry. Correction noted. Okay. So that's what's going on here is that because he doesn't leave Lot back in Syria, Abraham's going to get involved with Sodom. He's going to get involved with, it's going to lead to the development of Ammon and Moab. That's going to be huge amounts of problems for Israel's future. So, for the future of his seed. So that's going to be very, very important here. So, that's the problem with Genesis 12, verse 4, is that he was never supposed to bring Lot with him. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciate it. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for this Super Chat. At what point is heresy different from being wrong? Okay. It's an interesting question. Fair question. And it is a fair question, yeah. Being wrong, anyone can be wrong. Everyone's wrong on something. Okay? Heresy is when you hold a wrong belief that affects your salvation or affects your relationship or let's say the nature of certain religious beliefs. Okay? And generally these fall into two categories. A misunderstanding about God or a misunderstanding about the nature of mankind. Okay? And these generally are, do they in some way, and most heresy is, does it violate the 6 essential tenets of Christianity? Okay? So that's where, say, being wrong elevates into heresy. Now, you can be wrong about the weather. Okay, and that's not heresy. You can be wrong about the weather. You go outside and it's pouring rain. You thought it was going to be sunny. You're wrong about the weather. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't affect your salvation in any way. But if you're wrong about who Christ is. You say he's just a man. You're denying his divinity. That's wrong in a way that's heretical. And that can affect your salvation because you're not that breaks down the relationship of trust for salvation. If you, for example, are wrong about salvation by grace through faith, then that's a heresy. Because that's not just being wrong. It affects the whole nature of salvation. Because what you're saying at that point is, well, salvation may be through works. You got to work your way to heaven. And we know you can't do that. Being wrong about the nature of God. Instead, you might say, okay, well, I don't believe in a Trinity, but I believe that there are three gods. Okay, you're not a monotheist anymore. And that sort of God can't save you. So that's sort of the difference is, does it affect your salvation? Does it affect your relationship with God? Does it misdefine what man is like? Does it misdefine who God is like? So that's sort of the difference between something that's heretical and just being simply wrong. We can all be wrong about things, and we can even be wrong about things in the Bible, but that doesn't necessarily make you heretical. Like, for example, if, there's a bunch of theories about origins floating around. A bunch of them. They can't all be right. But it's not essential to the Christian faith. So being wrong about that is not going to cause you to lose your salvation. So that's one of those things that's sort of really sort of important here, in that that's sort of the difference here between heresy and just being simply wrong. Does it affect your salvation? Does it violate the historic tenets of the Christian faith? Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does the idea of death being separation persist into New Testament times? Actually, it does. And we see it, for example, in the writings of Paul, where he says, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. That's a really clear case of the idea that there's a separation between body and soul. So that whole idea is that death is that separation. So absolutely, this does persist into New Testament times. We do see it in not only, say, New Testament Greek texts. We also see it in other texts throughout the pagan world as well. It seems to be a universal of the ancient Near East, that death is separation of body and soul, and that someday that there's this even this potential of the two being reunited. So absolutely, the whole idea of the resurrection is the opposite of that idea of death. The idea that people will be given new bodies that are reunited, soul and body. The resolution of the problem of death is you get a new body. You get a new body. You get and it's united. There's no more separation of body and soul. So it absolutely is something that persists into New Testament times. It's not just ancient people who believe that. It's also, say, in the classical period too. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, were mantles restricted to prophets? Where can I read more in the school of prophets in ancient Israel? I don't know how much has been done on it because there doesn't talk too much about this. Um, we do read about it in the books of Kings. That's where we get, say, the most information, but it's not very much, honestly. So I don't know if anyone's done a dissertation on this. If they did, it might have been a master's degree, but I don't know where you can read more on this. There might be some articles out there, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. Were mantles restricted to prophets? I don't know if they were restricted to prophets, but it's a specific style.
So when you walk out in public,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. So prophets were identified by their mantles. Okay. So I don't know if this is something where it's just that that it's one of those things where it's just that they're wearing a certain color pattern. That's a possibility. Like we know that Israelite tunics were brightly colored, very brightly colored, had patterns on them. Yeah, there might have been a specific pattern for mantles for. Yeah, yeah, like Roman senators had certain numbers of stripes on their togas. You know, they had one stripe. The emperor had two. Women who had 6 children had 3. So it might have been something like that where there's some identifying marker on their mantles. I don't know if anyone else wore a mantle, but it's something that seems to be peculiar to prophets in particular. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I'll take this one non-super chat here that just popped up. Justin Payne asked, I'm reading Dominion and Holland claims that Jericho was destroyed well before the Israelites went there. Is that true? No, it's not. The latest reports from Lorenzo Nigro, who is an excavator at Jericho, this is the 2023 report, basically has said that there was a Bronze Age Jericho. It was a full city. The wall followed the old Middle Bronze fortifications, and all the excavators had actually found this. Okay, he went back into Nigro went back into the say Kenyon's, Garstang's old excavation journals, and they all found evidence of a late bronze Jericho. Okay, so there was a late bronze city of Jericho, late bronze 2B. Okay, that corresponds to the time of the Israelites. Okay, so Dominion and Holland were wrong there, and there's actually a lot of evidence already. If you read the research reports carefully, the excavation reports carefully, there was more than enough evidence there to conclude that there was a late bronze Jericho. It's sort of, this is one of those things where, say, minimalism sort of took we didn't find any walls there. Yeah, there was a cemetery and some scarabs and some pottery remains, but we didn't find any walls there. So there wasn't anything there. This is that backwards idea that what's there is what we find or not find. The problem is if it's a not find, it's an absence of evidence. And evidence of absence is not absence of evidence. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Okay? So, and a lot of people have made this mistake. Tons and tons of historians make this mistake all the time. And you'd think they'd learn by this point, but they don't. And they look stupid when they do this. Okay? So, this is another example of somebody who took an absence of evidence claim and claimed that this is evidence of absence. So, as I said, the latest reports are pretty thorough here. Nigro gets right to the point. He believes that there was a late Bronze IIb city. So, yeah. BC nails it here. They don't learn because they don't want things to be true. Yeah, pretty much. It's the desire to disbelieve, which is almost as bad as the desire to believe. So, this is why I'm an evidentialist. Follow the evidence wherever it goes. Yeah. 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 Don't hold an opinion on something where you don't have all the evidence, or at least some evidence. You know, if there's some evidence for civilization, maybe you should be open to the idea. Just saying. Okay, so I hope that answered that question. Thank you for that question. Okay, 18 Mysteries for $4.99. Would 2 Samuel 2:8, Israel and Judah, indicate post-divided monarchy authorship? Yes, it would. Let's pull that up. 2 Samuel 12:8. Okay. And the text just reads, I also gave your master's house and your master's wives into your care, and I gave you the house of Israel and Judah, and if that be too little, I would have added to you many more things like these. Okay, now that does seem to indicate a post-divided monarchy authorship. Okay, so and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that 2 Samuel was written during the divided monarchy. I think that's perfectly reasonable. And I think this is a trap that's sort of particularly evangelicals that don't have a good handle on inspiration get into. You know, the idea that if it wasn't written exactly at the time the events happened, then it can't be true. And that's not always the best way to do writing. In fact, it's a terrible way to write things in the heat of the moment. You don't always get the best, most accurate view. I kind of equate it like this. Writing history is kind of like a camera lens. If you get too close to your subject, you're out of focus. You get too far away, you're out of focus. There's a sweet spot in your lens when it's just right. Let me give you an example here, which is the official history of World War II, written by the U.S. Army. Okay? And it talks about, these great allies, the Russians, the Soviets, who were the great allies and heroes of World War II, who fought bravely against the guys with the weird uniforms, and conquered those National Socialists, and they were brave, stout soldiers. Yeah. What that history didn't tell you about was the treaty that Stalin had with Hitler. It didn't tell you about their conquest of Poland or their aggressive tactics to take over Eastern Europe. It didn't tell you that they were much of the cause of World War II. There was a lot that book, because it was written like right after World War II, left out. And as we set into the Cold War, the reality of World War II sort of set in. Yeah, it's called the Fog of War. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a sweet spot to when history should be written. And it's not necessarily immediately after the events. So the fact here that 2 Samuel is written during the divided monarchy is not a problem. This is not a problem at all. In fact, this is an advantage. They're now separated as... I'm sorry. They're separated far enough from the events of Samuel during the divided monarchy. So it's had some time. These events have had some time to percolate, to essentially saturate into their consciousness, to evaluate it properly, and to see what the outcomes are. So I think, if anything, this should give us confidence in these texts. This is something...
But those who write do read.
Yeah.
So those first accounts in the moment are taken into that.
Yeah. My producer points out here that a lot of the people who are writing history are taking into account the first-person accounts, the associated accounts of that period. So it's not like they're getting this out of a vacuum. You know, they're doing this from other texts that they have. And I think my producer here makes a really good point here, is that, you know, this is none of this is done out of a vacuum. This is a literate culture. These are people who are writing at various points in time and keeping those records. So...
period, you get to read the other side's.
Yeah, she also says that in the cooling off period, you get to read the other side's accounts too, which is also true. Okay. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Tom Wanchek. Thank you very much, super chat. And he asks, know any good books on Christotelic readings of the Old Testament? I would go here to John Walton. There's nobody who's actually done any sort of, say, source book on Christotelic readings. It's more that we just do them. But I think if you want a good sort of way, somebody who does this very well, I would go to John Walton. John Walton's like his Lost World series. His Lost World series, like the Lost World of Genesis, Lost World of Exodus, Lost World of the Prophets. You know, these are basically, he's employing a Christotelic reading of the Old Testament as he does this. So I think he's a very good resource on this, and that's where I would go for a Christotelic reading. It'd be nice if somebody did a more theoretical book on Christotelic readings, but no one's done it so far. But we could probably expect one in the future. Given the tension between, say, Christocentric and Christotelic, I think there's going to be somebody who writes this at some point. Just they haven't done it yet. PhD. This would be a good subject for a PhD. Really good subject for a PhD, yeah. Yeah, that'd be a great subject for... The philosophical underpinnings of Christotelic readings would be an excellent PhD dissertation. Go forth and do likewise. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray, Lost World Jurassic Park. Hey, I liked Lost World. Don't you be dissing on Jurassic Park. Book was better. Jurassic Park was a good book. It was a really good book. Yeah. It was really weird, though. I will say this about Jurassic Park, the book. You recognize the movie in the book, but all the words are coming out of different people's mouths. It was... It's a book? Yeah, it was a book. Dude, it was a book.
I didn't know it was a book.
Dustman. It's a book? Yeah. Yeah. It was a good book. Michael Crichton was an excellent author. He was an incredibly good author.
It is like...
Oh, yeah. He
20 years ahead of his time. Everybody hated him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was so... he wrote a lot of what's called speculative fiction. It really wasn't, say, science fiction as such, because it used modern technology, but just 5 years advanced. And that was sort of the Crichton's method, was, where's our technology going to be 5 years ahead of time?
He really Frankenstein.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we can do this, should we? And
Yeah.
he always said, nothing that should
Yeah.
be.
He did, he did the Andromeda Strain.
That was scary.
Oh, where it's like, where's, how is the world going to react to the first pandemic, the first global pandemic? And it's eerily similar to the COVID crisis. Eerily similar. Yeah. Um, he did. I remember he did books like Sphere. What's another one now? Oh, he did one on sexual harassment that was really good.
Oh, set in the Silicon Valley.
Yeah, it was set in Silicon Valley, and it was like, wow, it nailed it. Really nailed it. So, yeah, he wrote a lot of books, and they were good books. He was a very good writer. Very good writer. All right. Next one here. From 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. When Saul spoke to Samuel, is he speaking to Samuel directly, or would it have been to Samuel through the medium? He's speaking to Samuel directly. He's getting Samuel's words through the medium. And that's probably the most likely scenario here, because this is what's common for seances, universally. That it's the idea that the spirit of Samuel has been raised. She's not talking to Samuel in Sheol. She's bringing up Samuel from Sheol, and Samuel is in their presence. And Saul is speaking to Samuel through the medium. So, Samuel is speaking to Saul through the medium. So Saul speaks, Samuel hears his words. So the medium is not repeating Saul's words to Samuel, too many S's. But it's this word of, there's one way which Saul has direct communication to Samuel. Samuel can hear everything Saul is saying, but Saul cannot hear everything Samuel's saying. Hence the need for the medium. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So Saul speaks directly to Samuel. Samuel speaks to Saul through the medium. Jonathan Walker, Samuel speaking through the medium slips to Saul. Yes, that's it.
Well, no. He's not possessing the medium.
Oh, he's not possessing the medium. She's translating. Okay, so there is, in a sense,
Before the telephone, one voice speaking in. It's not speaking through the medium slips.
we don't know.
Because she listens, he's her. Then she
Yeah.
repeats it.
We don't know, though. We just know that she's the conduit, whatever that is. We don't know if he's actually, making her lips move and speaking that way, or if she's just repeating the message. We're not told by the text. Could be either. We just don't know. Jonathan Walker revised. Yeah, we could have revised that because it's a bit ambiguous. Samuel is speaking to the medium, and the medium is saying the words he speaks to Saul. Yeah, that's probably closest. But there could be the other as well. It's possible it's the other as well. We're not told. We're not told. Yeah, he's not a demon. So yeah. So it's probably this way. Okay? Darkblade says in a one-way video in a one-way window, you can see through one side but not from the other. Yeah. Jonathan Walker also says possession is on the table but is debatable. I would agree. Yeah. It's on the table but it's debatable. But we're not told. We're not told how the seance works. We're just told basically that it worked. Emily Tedesco asks, why was the medium surprised to see Samuel? Was she expecting to raise another type of spirit? We're not exactly sure. But she was surprised to see Samuel. Now, she would have had access to a lot of different spirits. Okay? The fact is, she might have never been asked to raise a prophet before. That's possible. So, she might have been actually surprised that a prophet came. So, the thing is, the whole practice of being a medium is a hit and miss sort of thing. So, yeah, BC, Moises Salazar, indeed, it's a common misconception, but the text says clearly it was a Samuel, no mention of a demon. Yeah, it was. The text really is emphatic that this is Samuel. So, Moises Salazar says, Pastor told me that it was a demon, not the real Samuel. Oh, no, the text is really clear about this. It's Samuel. It's Samuel. The narrator of the biblical narrator identifies it 4 times as Samuel. You don't get much more emphatic than that. And Saul identifies it as Samuel. Everybody seems to agree it's Samuel. And even the medium implies it's Samuel.
PC says.
Yeah. BC says many Christians have no concept of Sheol. That's the problem. And I agree. Yeah, a lot of them have no concept of Sheol. So I think that's a big problem for Christians trying to engage this.
She's used to calling up.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I agree with my producer here that she's used to calling up demons.
And when you get a prophet of God,
yeah,
in your face, and
I think she's
supposed to be doing it.
I think she's very used to calling up unclean spirits. Okay, and demons aren't the only unclean spirit, and we got to be clear about that too. There's a lot of different types of unclean spirits walking around. So, just because it's an unclean spirit doesn't mean it's a demon either. Okay, but BC says Christians think we die and go straight to heaven or hell, no Sheol involved. Yeah, well, this is pre-Christ. In the pre-Christian era, everybody went to Sheol. Okay? It was the Jewish underworld. Okay? Whether you were good or bad, you went to Sheol. Now, there's 2 sections of Sheol, but you still went to Sheol. You went to the grave. Jonah went to Sheol. Then came back. Mm-hmm.
Probably spent 3 days.
Yeah, Lazarus probably spent 3 days in Sheol. Yep, that's where people went when they died. So, but there's really no doubt that this was Samuel. None at all. Not any reasonable doubt. Now, there's various theologies that will sort of take exception to this, but at that point, you're special pleading. You're no longer relying on the texts. You're using theological special pleading. So I think that's something that is problematic. Gaius Octavius. Wait. So what other types of unclean spirits? Oh, well. Um, I'll keep this brief because I don't want to give my producer nightmares. Okay? But yes, there are other unclean spirits. Lots of them. We sometimes they're called like watchers, uh council of gods, primordial deities. Um there's a whole raft of them, and we won't necessarily get into them, but yeah, then the Bible doesn't really go into them much either. Um Chaos monsters are a kind of unclean spirit, although we don't see them much. Okay. I won't say I don't think Nephilim are unclean spirits. Okay, and that's because I think that Nephilim are human beings, and I think Genesis 6:4 is very clear that Nephilim are human beings. So I don't think that. I know that Heiser used to think that they were that's where demons came from. I don't think so. I don't buy that. But things like Watchers, the Primordial Gods, the Council of Gods, principalities, powers, those are unclean spirits. So there's a hierarchy of various different kinds of spiritual beings. Just like there's flora and fauna in our world. You know, we have a variety of fauna in the natural world. You know, this is not just humans walking around planet Earth. You know, there's insects, there's apes, there's bunny rabbits, there's dogs, there's cats, there's cattle, there's all sorts of different fauna running around the natural world. Well, the spirit world also has a lot of fauna running around. It's a vast universe. It's a vast heavens. Lots of spirit critters. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of spirit critters running around. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next 18 ministries for $4.99. Do you think there's merit to the idea that women are horizontally closer to spirits while men are vertically closer to God? Or is that superstition? I think that's superstition. Okay, I think that's superstition. But it was a superstition that was held in the ancient Near East. Even in a lot of the Mediterranean, too. This is why you had the Delphi. Okay, the Oracle of Delphi. It's all women. It's all women. So it was something that was held by Mediterranean nations. It was held in the ancient Near East. And it was a superstition. Now, Delphi was weird anyway. I mean, it was a kind of a weird mix of bay leaf intoxication and volcanic gas. But, whoa, there was a lot of weird trips happening in Delphi. Okay, so I don't think there's anything. I think it's a super. Those poor girls had a very short lifespans. Yes, they did. Well, I mean, they were being poisoned. Yeah, yeah. There's a reason why they had a short lifespan. That was part of the job. Yeah, it was part of the job. I mean, they were being essentially drugged. They were being drugged by laurel poisoning, and then being drugged by um the toxic gases of volcanoes.
Is that why women?
BC, is that why women think men can read their minds? Maybe.
No, it's because we can read yours.
They can read ours, yeah. So Jack Ray, don't do drugs. Agreed. Don't do drugs. Even the Oracle kind. Okay, so I think it's a superstition, but there was a lot of other practices that associated those ideas. So okay. 18 minutes just for 4.99. Thank you very much to Super Chat. Is it true in ancient Egypt that men were given paternity leave when their wives or daughters were menstruating? No, it's not true. Uh, I don't know where that idea came from. Men did not get maternity leave or special leave when their wives or daughters were working or going through their time of the month. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know where this came from, but no, it's generally not true. Okay, so, in fact, nobody got days off for this. Nobody. Women didn't get days off for this. You heard it from a Egyptologist on Wired. I don't know which one it was. I've never encountered it. I've never encountered this. I have no idea where that came from. I've never seen this at all in any Egyptian text, but hey. Depends who it is. I mean, they might have a reason for saying this, but I've never seen it. So maybe it's true, maybe it isn't, but I have never encountered it. Okay. Jack Ray, Oracle 23 AI. Yeah, stay away from Oracle Corp. PL sequel, how to speak to Oracle. Ugh. Ugh. Ick. Don't write in PL sequel. Icky ick. Better yet, don't use Oracle. Horrible company to work for. I worked for that company for 3 years. It was a meat grinder. People I used to say when I worked there, I'm talking about the other kind of Oracle, yeah. Yeah, I worked for 3 years, and people were asking me, how did you work there so long? It's like, yeah. Yeah, I made it 3 years. Wow. Yeah, that was considered to be a long, long time at Oracle. Yeah, that place was a meat grinder. I had to. There was one time I worked 30 hours, repairing a Sequent S32 because it had a hard drive that broke, and for those of you who don't know, and why should you know, a Sequent S32 was a 16 processor 386. Okay. And it had 1 GB platter drives that I swear the platters were like this size. I mean, the thing was huge. Those hard drives weighed 40 pounds. It was so slow that you couldn't back it up over Ethernet. It had to be backed using the old tapes. the old tapes, the spinning tape ones. Yeah, those things, with the tape reels that size. Oh, when I had to do the service call to Sequent, it was a 4-digit serial number, and the note in the emergency book was, okay, you're gonna have to tell them, enter the 4-digit serial number into the computer. It will come up, because they'll say that there's no such serial number that's 4 digits. Early 90s, it was like 1990. Was it I worked there from 96 to 99. So it was actually the late 90s. And sure enough, when I called up the help desk, it was like, no, that can't be a real serial number. Like, type it in, it'll work. Trust me. So they typed it in, and she goes, sure enough, yep. It was one of two Sequent S32 still in operation. Okay. Yeah, it was just, oh, there was some, I mean, it was, working at Oracle was a good experience, but it was painful, really painful, long hours, just, it was awful. It was awful. And that is how I spent my 20s. Working at places like that. Yeah, well, people were having fun in their 20s. I was working in a data center. Oh, it was not fun. Um, all right, so let's see. Let's go to next. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries. For $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, thank you very much for Grandma's borscht recipe. I actually don't eat pork. What's wrong with you, man? Pork's good. Pig is nummy. So is there a meat you can recommend I can substitute it with Laugh Out Loud? Oh, it's not the same without the pork. It's really not the same without the pork. I guess you, I don't know. I don't know if there's a good substitute for pork on this one. Yeah, pork is hard to substitute. I agree with Dossman here, especially on this recipe. Okay. I mean, you might be able to get away with chicken or beef, but it won't be the same. It will not be the same. Oh, no, don't do lamb. No, don't do lamb. Lamb will leave a weird taste. Yeah, don't do lamb. The fact is you want the savoriness of the pork. And yeah, it's you I don't know. Turkey might be okay. You want something that's kind of goes soft like pork. Because you want that softness. But you also want it really, really mild. I don't know what you would well, I know what you could substitute with it. It's not legal, but you could substitute. I know something you could substitute with it. I mean, you could substitute it with whale meat, but it's not legal, not in this country, in most countries. Good luck getting that. But no, I don't know. I don't think you could Tossman time to go to Japan. Or Iceland. Iceland has it too. Yeah, I don't know what you could substitute with it. Honestly, it's something that's crucial to the recipe, which is why I wished you had asked, kind of told me what you'd like here. So, oh well. All right. But thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it, and good luck finding a substitute for that. Not a good. It's not going to be an easy thing to substitute in that recipe. Okay. AT Mistress for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Last week you mentioned that a chariot isn't very flexible. Is that the chariot's fault or yours? Bit of both. Bit of both. You do need good roads for chariots. Okay, that's one of the things about chariots is you do need good roads. Because of that, it's not a good off-road vehicle. So You know, if you do have a shortcut that's an off-road route, a chariot cannot do well on it. So single horses riding horseback is actually more flexible in those situations. But chariots are fast on roads. They're very fast on roads. But you do need the roads. All right, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray adds, it's like almost every southern U.S. Southeast vegetable dish has pork of some sort. Well, yeah, it's because it's that umami flavor. It's that umami flavoring of protein. It's really necessary for a lot of dishes. So that doesn't surprise me. Or bacon fat. There was a Mexican restaurant we used to go to that used to serve refried beans as a dip. And it had bacon fat in it. It was delicious. You know, it wasn't just refried beans. It was refried beans with bacon fat. And it was just, oh my gosh, it was one of the best bean dips I've ever had. Oh yeah, it made it taste like something else. It was just so delicious. And it was just like refried beans and bacon fat. And it was just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Baptisms in the Nile? No. No, don't do it. If you aren't born there, don't baptize in the Nile. And even if you are, think twice. There are people who are born and raised in Egypt that have never gone in the Nile. For good reason. Vermin in the trash, right? I could hear Dr. Falk talk about food for an hour. Dossman, baptisms in the Ganges? Yeah, about the same thing. It's almost the same. Yeah, I would not recommend this. I would not recommend anybody who isn't used to the Nile taking a dip in the Nile. Just not a good idea. There's 50 different parasites and diseases that are transmitted by the Nile. Jack Ray, has the Nile ever accidentally caught on fire? No, it hasn't. Okay, it's never caught on fire. It's could get rid of some of the parasites probably if it had. The problem with the Nile is it's part of, how do I say this? The best way to describe the Nile is it's Africa's toilet. Okay? It's not very poetic. Or very flattering. Yes. But it is very true. Because you get the Blue Nile and the White Nile sort of because of the monsoon rains that happen in East Africa, all of that water goes rushing down and cleaning off the other countries into the Nile. And that's why it is how it is. Darkblade, so it's basically a sewage river. Yeah, it's a sewage river. Yeah, that's what it is. It looks pretty. Just look at it. It looks pretty. The Nile as a viewing river is pretty. I like looking at the Nile. It's a pretty river. It doesn't even smell bad. Okay? It doesn't even smell bad. You just don't want to get that close to it. Okay? Okay? So from a distance, it's lovely. It's absolutely lovely from a distance. You look at it through your hotel room. Looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay? It's a beautiful looking river. It stretches out. You can see the reeds against the shore. You'll see the monuments in the distance and the boats. It's a beautiful, beautiful river. But don't touch it. Don't touch the water. Okay? Just don't do it. I mean, I heard about some people. I mean, I heard some people who had gone swimming in Lake Aswan, and I was just going, "You did what? You went swimming in Lake Aswan?" I mean, I think that was just crazy. I think that was one of the stupidest things I've ever heard people doing. For two reasons. Okay? Two reasons. It's a really, really stupid idea to swim in Lake Aswan. Okay? Lake Nasser. The one is the diseases. Okay? The other's the crocodiles. Okay? That's a bad idea. Really, really bad idea. Okay? Do not swim in an area that's infested with crocodiles. Not a good idea. I mean, they don't even. I mean, we know that there's some temples that are underneath that water in Lake Aswan, and scuba divers, archaeologists will not go down there because of that. That's just, yeah, that's just a bad, bad idea. Not a good idea. So, stay out of the water. Don't touch the water. Don't swim in the Nile. Okay? And you'll be fine. Oh, and only drink bottled water. Bottled water or tea. Okay? If it's been boiled, you're good. Okay? It's not like there's toxic chemicals in it. Okay? So it's been diluted enough so that toxic chemicals aren't a problem. But those parasites will make a mess of your next decade. Okay? Jack Ray, maybe use a carbon fiber submersible with an Xbox controller? Jonathan Walker, yeah, well, yeah, they would need metal cage to do their job in Aswan. Yeah, they would. Yeah. Well, I still remember when I took photographs out there at Abu Simbel. You just heard the chirping of the crocodiles. And they're watching you. They're watching you from the water. Yeah. Yeah, don't fall overboard. Yeah, and don't go near the water at Abu Simbel. Just don't do it. Okay. 18 Ministries for 199. What do Freemasons believe in? Thank you for the super chat. Freemasons typically believe that all basically, and there isn't just one belief of Freemasons. There's basically many branches of it, but they're all sort of unified by the idea that all religions are facets on a gem. Okay? Each facet shows a different view of God. Every religion is a facet. Okay? So, what Freemasons believe is that whatever religion you are part of is not the true religion. But it's a shadow of the truth. And through Freemasonry, you can get to the secret truth behind religion. It's Gnosticism. It's essentially Gnosticism. So it's the idea that they hold a secret truth, a secret form of salvation. They have secret knowledge, and they're gonna basically say, okay, yeah, you might believe in Christianity, but it's just the shadow. It's not the real goods. We got the real goods. We got the real knowledge. That'll get you salvation. Okay? So, $15.99 a month for the secrets. Mason Demiurge? Yeah, there's a Mason Demiurge, and we won't get into that, but that's a general gist of Masonry, is that all religions are facets of true religion. Okay, that there isn't a wrong religion. All religions have truth, and they will lead you to Freemasonry, which has the secret knowledge that you need. Okay, so that's Masonry in a nutshell. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Since John 1 is a midrash of Genesis 1, should we view the comments about the word to be functional context rather than a material one? Well, the problem here is that in John 1, it's transcendent midrash, okay? So, while Genesis 1 is, say, functional in its context, John 1 is taking that step of going from function to the imminent. So there is that sort of transition in John 1. And let's take a look at John 1 here, and you'll see that. Go to John 1. In the beginning, this is verse 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Okay, so we've got that appeal to the created order in Genesis 1. Again, that's a functional order. Verse 2. He was in the beginning with God. All things came into being by him, and apart from him, nothing came into being that has come into being. So that's still in that functional framework. In him was life, and life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. Okay, then it goes into John here. I'll just go down here to verse 14. And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, glory as the only begotten from the Father, full of grace and truth. Okay, now there's the rub on John 1. So, while there is that midrash of, say, Genesis 1, of the functional context, John 1 takes it a step further. And he's saying that what was once functional now becomes immanent. The word that was part of that transcendent divinity that made the functional created order as well as the physical created order now becomes established as a person in flesh, incarnated. Okay? So the comments about the word here may start off in that functional way, even in, say, you can even take that as in even a full created order, because it's not necessarily just a midrash of Genesis 1. It's a midrash of other things too, but it becomes that idea then of, okay, this is God intruding into the physical realm. He's breaking the barrier of transcendence. Whereas God before was just transcendent, above, beyond the creation. Now he's intruding into the physical order. So that's sort of what's happening here. Is, yes, John 1 is a midrash of Genesis 1 plus some other verses, but it's also saying that the transcendence, what made Genesis 1 to 3 have that sort of transcendent separation between God and creation, is now being reversed. You know, when Eden is blocked off from humanity, that's when sort of God becomes more transcendent and has to separate that sacred from the profane. In John 1, the transcendent, the sacred, is invading the profane. And God is being established on planet Earth. He's back. So that's what's going on here. This is the return of God. The return of God to planet Earth. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. $18 Mysteries for $4.99. asks, did you find that source where Isaiah 1 and 2 were both written by Isaiah at two different times? I haven't had a chance to look it up yet. But I will. I'll make a note of that one. Isaiah 1 and 2. I will make it a point to look that up. Yeah, it's a commentary, and I haven't looked it up yet. But I'm aware of it, so shouldn't be too hard to find. All right. Thank you very much for that super chat, but I will definitely look that one up for you. Okay, next one, AT Mysteries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. You said you're not great at music theory, but aren't you from a musical family and make music? Yes, I am from a musical family, but they never taught me how. I was never taught how to play an instrument as a young child. Nope. Everyone in my family can play was taught to play a musical instrument from early on, but I wasn't. I had to pick it up as an adult. So anything I learned about musical theory is something I had to pick up on my own. Now, I keep this little notebook beside me. And this little notebook, and you can't really see it here, has all my notes on musical theory. You can see some of them right there. Okay? This is where I keep all my sort of little notes on anything how to make music. Okay? This is what I refer to when I decide to do my composition. It's my cheat sheet. Okay? I do compose. I do make music. Darkblade, what's the F flat minor scale? No idea. No idea. I don't even know if I read that correctly. It's a very strange fish, yeah. Isn't that the same? Isn't it the same as the C sharp? Yeah, so I'm really not great on musical theory. It's not a strong point for me. I need cheat sheets to really sort of remind myself of musical theory when I do my compositions. So I do it I do it a lot by ear. What sounds good to the ear? Harry Stark asks, has David only created one album that is publicly available? Yes. I have only created one album that's publicly available. It is entitled Apex Predator, and it goes under the pen name of Velocirabbit. So, Jonathan Walker says, Isaiah 1, possibly David Dorsey's literary structure of the Old Testament commentary of Justice Malachi. No, it's not that one. It's actually a full commentary. I think it was actually one of the old word commentaries on Isaiah. It's a dedicated commentary on the book of Isaiah. Okay, so it's not this one, but it was generally panned. It was not considered to be a great commentary by critical scholars, but it had that one point that was really sort of gold. Yeah. Yeah, my producer said that's sometimes how this works. Is you can write entire books about things and it's just one sentence that sort of is the takeaway. Okay. So yes, I'm not a genius at music theory. I don't remember it all. I basically have to relearn it every time I start composing again. So it's not something that sort of has stuck with me hard. Maybe some of it is just the fact that I'm got too many interests as well. So that could be. Yeah, I got a lot in my head. Okay, Jimmy the Jew from Philly says reading and writing for guitar is difficult, and sight reading isn't fun because of the range of notes and how many ledger lines are above and below the staff. Yeah, yeah, it is. But I use the guitar as a compositional instrument too. I don't really. I don't. The only time I read, I can do some sight reading. I don't do was it that finger thing? The finger notation. I use standard notation, standard musical notation. I compose using standard musical notation. I tabs. Yeah, that's it. Right. Thank you, Vermin. I don't do tabs. I don't like tabs. I actually prefer reading standard notation. When I do practice using, say, like I'll try to do Bach on the guitar, and I like doing Bach on the guitar. I also like doing a Beethoven on the guitar. Okay, so Vermin the Trash Rat asks, what do you use to compose your music, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, sure. MuseScore. MuseScore is what I use. It's a great program. It's freely available. That's what I'll use. I'll generally use MuseScore. Yeah, that's what I answered. He says, by that I mean what program or something along those lines. Yeah, it's a piece of software, MuseScore. I happen to like it a lot. I think it's one of the best composition pieces of software out there. Okay. 18 Mysteries for $4.99 asks, where's the myth of the rope wrapped around you if you approach the ark come from? Not really sure. I haven't found the source of that one. I don't know if that's a Second Temple period myth or if that's a later Christian myth. I don't know where that myth came from. I haven't found a source for that, so it's hard for me to say. Could be Watts. Jonathan Walker says, Jonathan D. Watts, Word Biblical Commentary. It could be Watts. I'd have to look it up, but it could be him. But getting back to the rope myth, I don't know where that myth came from. I'd like to find out where that myth comes from because it's a bad myth. Okay. I mean, I don't know. There's no recorded incident of the high priest dying in the temple. Yeah, that's the myth. Yeah, Jonathan Walker says, I remember the rope being tied around the priest before entering the temple in case he dies and they had to drag him out. Yeah, it's a myth though. It's a myth. There's no evidence of that rope ever being used or a priest dying in the Holy of Holies. No evidence. Which is why it's a myth. It's a myth that the rope was used. It was a myth that that it was that this was even a fear or a concern. Oh yeah, he'd done all the ritual cleansing and all that. Yeah, there was, and it wasn't the Ark of the Ark of the Covenant wasn't there anymore. So there was no sense in which any priest thought that this was a danger. If they did, they'd have to be replacing these guys every year. And it would be the least popular job in the world. Yeah, Darkblade, if that myth were true, then the priestly line would have probably gone extinct in a few decades. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a ridiculous myth. I have no idea where it came from. I mean, it might have come from Talmud, but I don't think it did. I don't even think it came from Talmud. Okay, so
This is where we need fun.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen this myth outside of Christian circles. Okay?
You don't find it in Jewish.
You don't seem to find this in Jewish circles. This seems to be a Christian myth, and I don't know where it came from. I honestly don't. But, you know, it'd be worth, if I had the time to look this up and trace it down, I might do it at some point, but right now I haven't had the time to do it.
Anybody else trace it down, let us know.
Yeah, my producer says if anyone there does trace it down, let us know. Okay. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. This is my D&D registration. I've been waiting a whole year for this. Laugh out loud. I have a character name that you gave me that I'm dying to use. Laugh out loud. I gave you. Okay, what he's referring to here is our annual Dungeons and Dragons game at the meeting of the Evangelical Theological Society. And yes, we have dice. Okay. It's not open for registration yet. We are still coming up with doing brainstorming. I know we're like a month and a half away now. Yeah, we got to get to it. But we will let you know when registration is open. We will basically count you in, save a spot for you. Okay, it's a speed game. Darkblade. I'd like to sign up, but I literally know nothing about how to play Dungeons and Dragons. It's really simple. It's a turn-based game. We minimize the rules, so you don't have to know how to play, so it's a beginner-friendly game. Darkblade, will there be a tutorial game explaining gameplay sometime soon? There's a lot of tutorial videos out there. Here's really what you need. You need to have your character rolled in advance. Because this is a speed game, you have to have your character done in advance. There's a lot of free character sheets out there. There's a that you can download. There's lots of tutorials on how to make a character. Lots of them. Okay? So we do minimize rules. Because it's a speed game, the game only lasts an hour. Yeah, well, even they don't even need dice. We do all the rolling for the most part. So they don't even need dice. Well, there's online dice too.
Like all the dice we have to.
Oh yeah. The physical dice are just special. They're just special. Okay? But you will need to roll a character sheet and be honest about it. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, you can use 6-sided dice to roll your character. Okay? You don't need special dice for that. A 6-sided dice will do for rolling a character. Okay? Okay, so that's all you'd need, really, is just have your character rolled and prepared in advance. Okay? And you can always ask on the Discord server. If you hadn't run into any problems with this, ask on the Discord server and we'll help you out. Okay? Yeah, we can or do a new channel D&D. Yeah, we'll have a D&D channel on the Discord server just for this. Okay? Okay. So, so that we'll make sure that everybody has, you know, enough opportunity to get their stuff done ahead of time. Okay. So, and we will even use that to take registrations for the game. Okay. So, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. And, AT Mysteries, thank you for the super chat and your registration for a registration that isn't even open yet. Okay. Tom Won check for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Sarna said cherubim were a myth to the Israelites. Yeah, I don't agree with him here, but I've had some issues with Sarna on that. That's why they were allowed as Israelite iconic imagery. Didn't violate the second commandment. Thoughts? Oh, I don't. I agree with him on that. It doesn't violate the second commandment. Cherubim were a part of Israelite myth. They weren't also fully divine. Okay. They were not. The whole idea of the violation of the second commandment boils down to having other gods that you worship. Okay? Nobody worshipped cherubim. Cherubim were not spirit creatures that were worshipped. So they weren't idols, they weren't false gods. Okay? They were beings that gave worship to God. So they were giving God glory. They were making space holy. That's a huge component of this. They kept sacred space holy. So they had a function that precluded them from being a violation of the second commandment. So they are part and parcel to God's retinue, to his Savaot, his host. They're part of the heavenly host. And they're there to show God is holy and God means business. So,
Yes. Excellent.
yeah. They're there to show that God means business. So yeah, there's no violation of the second commandment there, because all the glory is going back to God and showing God's power and might through iconography. Okay. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I think again, a lot of sometimes Sarna's views are a bit of surface, but that seems to be true of a lot of Exodus commentaries, and it's not just him. It's not just him. As I say, Sarna's a starting point. He's not a finishing point. All right, JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Was Mark the first gospel written? If yes, what does this mean? It was the first gospel written. That's about all it means. Okay, now when we talk about the synoptic problem, the whole idea here is that one of the gospels is a first gospel. Essentially, Matthew, Mark, and Luke were believed to be related because they share a lot of similar events. John less so. So the idea is, who's the first gospel that the other two gospels are getting their ideas from? Was it Mark? Was it Matthew? Okay. So the most common view right now is Mark is the first gospel, and that the other two were inspired by or got source material from Mark. Okay. And that's okay. Good writing is based upon good sources. So what this does mean is, okay, the other two got its sources from Mark, but also they're using reliable sources. I want this in a book. I want my books to have reliable sources. It basically shows us too that Matthew and Luke are reliable because they depend upon Mark. Yeah, okay. I think that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And I don't think Matthew and Luke are basically contradicting Mark. I think that they are adding to it. So I think Mark was on the mark, and Matthew and Luke were following likewise. So yes, Matthew was an eyewitness. Keeps learning. Wasn't Matthew an eyewitness? Yes, he was. But that doesn't mean he's not also using other sources of material as well, just to sort of, oh no. Yeah, here's the whole thing with Q. Jimmy the Jew from Philly says the first gospel was Thomas, but it was just a saying of Jesus. The Q source was not Thomas. Okay, Thomas is late. Thomas is really late. Thomas is late 2nd century, really late 2nd century. Okay, it's a Gnostic gospel. It's a Gnostic gospel. Essentially, that's what Thomas is. It's a Gnostic gospel. Late 2nd century. The whole idea of Q is the idea that there's this pre-gospel that's like Thomas, styled after the view of in the same sort of pattern as Thomas, but it isn't Thomas. Okay, that Mark got its ideas from Q. Matthew and Luke also got its ideas from Q. Now, here's the thing about Q, and I think this is what I think is really. Oh no. Jimmy says I thought Thomas was 78. Oh no, it's really late. I mean, it's late 2nd century. It's long after the 4 Gospels. Okay, long after them. Yeah, it's late 2nd century. There's really no doubt about that. Because we find it quoted in the Church Fathers too. So it's late 2nd century. Yeah, Johnny Walker, that's kind of that's kind of a more, that's an early dating. I would say that's an early dating for Thomas. That's really not a more, say, realistic dating. What I've heard is closer between 250 and 280 is probably more closer to it. But the whole Q thing, let's get back to the whole Q thing for a moment, because I think that's worth talking about just for a second. I think a lot of people make a big deal about Q, and they really. One of my professors used to say it was a tempest in a teapot. Okay? Whether or not Q actually existed doesn't change anything. You know, if you really think about this, if Q existed, so what? Okay, so you have a writing of the sayings of Jesus. And let's say Mark was even took some of those sayings from Q. Let's say that's actually true. So what? What does that actually show? What does that actually prove? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, nothing rests on the existence of Q. Nothing against, nothing for. Absolutely nothing rests on the existence of Q. So I think sometimes evangelicals wasted a lot of energy trying to fight the existence of Q when there's nothing at stake. If there's nothing at stake, you shouldn't fight it. It doesn't matter. It's a waste of energy. So I think this is one of those things that I think is really important to emphasize. Nothing matters whether Q existed or not. Right now, it's a hypothetical source with no evidence. So what?
They do use.
They might use it for that, but that doesn't prove it. My producer said that some liberals do use the existence of Q to show that the Gospels were uninspired, but that doesn't show it. I mean, Luke says, I use sources. So it doesn't actually show what those liberals want to suggest. Yeah. Oh yeah, the UFO cult view of inspiration. Yeah. No, I think that I think that this is one of those areas that's just overstated, real overstated. You know, the liberals overstate how much of an attack this is on the doctrine of inspiration, and the evangelicals overstate how deadly that attack is, how threatening it is. But Luke comes out and says it right out of the fact. I use sources. Well, if Luke used sources, why couldn't Matthew and Mark use sources? No. Source is a source. I mean, we do know that the Apostle Paul used sources. He used Epimenides. Paul quoted Greek philosophers. They're not inspired. They're sources. So there's nothing wrong with inspired writers using sources. So I don't think Q actually achieves anything. It doesn't make the Bible uninspired. It doesn't attack the writers. It does nothing. So why waste time on it? BC says, a source is a source, of course, unless, of course, it's a famous source. Very Dr. Seuss of you. Very Dr. Seuss. Okay. Let's go for the next super chat here. JCM for $5. Why does David go after women specifically in Proverbs 21:19? Okay, let's look at that text. Bubble here. I don't think, though, he's going after women specifically here. Let's look at that anyway. Okay. The passage here says, it is better to live... Oops, sorry, is that 21:19? 21... It is better to live in a desert land than with a contentious and vexing woman. Well, that's not all women. That's contentious and vexing one. Okay? Yeah. No, it's not fun to live with a contentious and vexing man either. True. Yeah. I think this is just, I mean, this is not something that's really going after women per se. This is just pointing out a broken relationship. So, the idea of living in a desert land is that it's not pleasant. Not pleasant. And if your only companion is creating you problems, a lot of problems, yeah, I can kind of see that. So I don't think David here is going after women. I don't think that's not even the point of the passage. I think the point of the proverb here is marry wisely. Marry wisely. Keep your relationships well maintained. So that's all I'd say there. This is just about more or less about relationships than women. I think that's really overstating the whole idea here. So anyway, that's all I can say here is that, I think that's overreading the text. It's not about all women. It's just a particular kind of person. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here from JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, can you be a Christian but not a practicing Christian? Can you be a Christian and be useless for the kingdom? Can you be a Christian and be an absolute zero for the cause of Christ? A nothing. A deadbeat.
That means being a Christian means you're in a relationship with God. So if you're nothing, you're not in much of a relationship.
Jack ready to slip into heaven before the door closes on you.
Well, a lot of people do that.
A lot of people do it. Yeah, these are fire insurance Christians. These are fire insurance Christians. Yeah, it's missing the point. Okay, it's totally missing the point. You know, pick up your cross and come follow me is what Christ says. You know, that's the demands of the Christian faith. Yeah, they don't want to pick up the cross bit. Yeah, exactly.
Quite frankly,
It is very heavy, yeah.
very challenging. Well, your salvation is
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is one of...
be broke for all eternity? That's the route.
You want to know what happens to Christians who don't practice their faith? Go to 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Let's read that. Let's get biblical. 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Okay. Let's go right to the rewards. All right, we're going to start here at verse, and it's talking about Apollos and Paul and all this stuff. But let's get to the rewards here. Okay. Verse 8, we'll start verse 8. Now he who plants and he who waters are one, but each will receive his own reward according to his labor. For we are God's fellow workers. You are God's field, God's building, according to the grace of God, which has been given to me as a wise master builder. I laid the foundation, and another is building upon it. But let each man be careful how he builds upon it. For no man can lay a foundation other than the one which is laid, which is Jesus Christ. Now, if any man builds upon the foundation with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, straw, each man's work becomes evident. The day will show it, because it is to be revealed with fire, and fire itself will test the quality of each man's work. If any man's work which he has built upon it remains, he shall receive a reward. If any man's work is burned up, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be saved, so as through fire. Okay. So, this is what happens to people who are saved and don't practice. They don't have any rewards. Okay? There's no rewards. You didn't do anything, no rewards. Okay? And in verse 15 here, it says, if any man's work is burnt up, he shall suffer loss. This is an eternal loss. But he himself shall be saved, yet so as through fire. He still keeps his skin. Sorta. But he suffers loss. Okay. Now, I'm going to make this really, really clear. The most important reward in the afterlife. There's one reward that is worth more than anything else in the afterlife. That's face time with the Master. Face time with Jesus Christ. That's the most important, valuable thing in the universe. Face time with Jesus Christ. There's no question about it. Everything else is worthless compared to FaceTime with the Master. And that's limited. Some people will have more access than others. That's the big reward. FaceTime with the Master. So, if you experience loss, what you're losing is future FaceTime with Jesus Christ. That's what you're losing. That's a pretty big loss. You know, there'll be people up there that get lots of time through eternity with Christ. And there's some that'll get barely any. Yeah, martyrs get the front seat. Yeah, they get the front row pass. They get the VIP pass. The pew warmer who never did anything is going to get barely any time. Well, he's not. Yeah, he's not spending any time with God now. You know, why would God want him? You know,
what you build here on earth,
yeah,
you're going to take with you.
Yeah.
How do you spend your time here? You're going to spend your time there.
Yeah, my producer says it's like this. If you spend lots of time with the Master on earth, and you do the work he's called you to do, then you're going to get lots of time with him in the next life. You spend no time with him here, and you don't do his work here, why would you expect it to be different in the afterlife? You know, it doesn't make any sense. All right. So, anyway, that's what I think is... I think you can be a Christian and not a practicing Christian. You could save... Because God's grace is really generous. But what you're going to lose out on is an eternity of rewards. So it's not a good idea. It's a terrible idea. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It's a good question, though, yeah. Okay, next one here. JCM for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is with the objection that Yahweh was originally a Canaanite storm warrior god? Didn't we already know that the Israelites weren't always monotheistic? Yeah, we did. Yeah, it's like, so what? Again, it's one of those things. It's like, well, El Elyon was a god of some Canaanites. Yeah? So? I mean, technically, I guess he's an Amorite god, but yeah. So? It's God, it's accommodation. This is what it's called, what we're talking about here again. It's accommodation. God's accommodating to our sinfulness by giving us the identity of a deity that we can relate to. So, yeah, again, I don't get the point of these objections. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they picked up localism, and it's a kind of accommodationism. It's a kind of accommodationism. You know, God accommodating to our weakness. All right, so yeah, I don't get this one either. Yeah, I don't get why it's such a big deal to... I don't know, but if you can find that, that would be great. Okay, next one here is from JCM for $5. Was the look for Jesus in Da Vinci's paintings based off his male lover? That's something that floats around from time to time. It's based on critical art theory, but it's also been challenged too. There's some people who've challenged this idea. We have no idea exactly who it's based off of. You also sometimes hear the myth that Jesus and Judas were the same model. But again, there's no evidence. There's no hard evidence for this. So, it's been contested. I don't know the facts on this, but again, because I'm not an art critic, so for me, it would be hard for me to say one way or the other. But I know it's been contested. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Aishmoth is used throughout Job. However, in Job 9:9 and Job 32, it's changed to bear. How come? Thank you very much for the super chat, JCM, for $5. Let's take a look at Job here. We will only take the one. I'll go to the book of Job. And Job 9. And verse 9. Okay. I'll actually take it back a bit here to verse. Let's see here. Where we start here? Let's go to 8. Okay, start at 8. Who alone stretches out the heavens and tramples down the waves of the sea? Who makes the bear? This is Aish, Orion, and the Pleiades, and the chambers of the south. Okay. Why is Aish here changed to bear? Okay. The reason is because these are the names of constellations. We're not really sure the identity. We think the Pleiades is correctly identified, but we're not sure. We're sort of sure about Orion. We're not sure about Aish. Okay. So what translators do is they will say, okay, there is one constellation that we see very often in the sky. It's a Ursa Major, the Big Dipper. It's called in Latin the Bear, the Major Bear. Yeah, so it's so translators are basically saying, okay, we're not really sure what Aish is, but it could be the bear, could be. So that's why it's translated that way. Again, we're not exactly sure about any of these translations of the constellations. We got some guesses, but no one knows for sure. And this is just one of the problems with doing archaeoastronomy, is we don't have a star chart from them. We're not sure. And a lot of it is just guesswork. And one of the things we probably do know, though, is these translations are not specific. Because one of the things we in places that we do have star charts from other cultures, like in Egypt, they're not ranging stars, connecting the stars in the same way that the Greeks and the Romans did. Okay? So they're not looking up in the Egyptians aren't looking up at the sky, seeing Ursa Major and thinking of bear. They're seeing a completely different pattern of stars. The same with Orion and same with the Pleiades. They're looking up in the sky and they're seeing different arrangements of the sky. They're connecting the stars in different ways. So this has sort of led scholars to say, okay, we can't be sure what they're seeing, but we'll just translate this in a way that basically an English reader might understand that these are constellations. And we'll leave the details up. Okay? Jonathan Walker, why didn't they leave a map? It would be so helpful. Yeah, well, preservation of images is really difficult. Until the invention of certain types of printing, preservation of images was really difficult. This is why you don't see many images in ancient texts, because transmission of those images is hard to maintain. Okay. JCM, Job 38:32, what's the Mazzaroth? I know what that is off the top of my head, but let's just read that anyway. 38. 32. can you lead forth a Maserat in its season and guide the bear? There's that Aish again with her satellites. Okay. Again, this is the word, Maserat is the word for constellation. So it's a constellation. That's what it is. It's a constellation of stars, arrangements of stars in the sky. Okay. So, again, this Job here is referring to constellations in the sky. We don't know what those constellations are. People guess. Translators guess. And they know that they're not going to be able to get this accurate. So they're going to give you a placeholder. The bear here is a placeholder for Aish. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Matzerot, Constellation. Okay. JCM for $5. Thank you for the Super Chat. Why didn't an angel stop a mother from stoning her children she believed God ordered her to in 2003 like Abraham? Because God doesn't always prevent evil from happening. That's just, that's not the way our world works. Our world works where evil takes place. It's bad stuff happens. People do have psychiatric problems sometimes that lead them to do evil things. Yeah, humans are morally culpable.
We're not.
Yeah. There is an aspect of free will here. God doesn't intervene on every evil action. It just, in fact, yeah. Then we wouldn't have free will. If an angel stopped you every time you did an evil act, then there'd be a lot of angels running around all over the place. A lot of them.
You wouldn't be a moral person.
Mm. Yeah, you'd be useless. You wouldn't be a moral agent. You wouldn't be a moral agent at that point. So, yeah. So, it would just be, I mean, what would the angel do? Yeah, she should have known.
It was her responsibility to know God doesn't.
Yeah.
The Christian God doesn't.
Yeah. Christian God doesn't do that. It's just, there's a lot more going on here than just the evil act. A lot here going on. And I don't want to armchair quarterback this one either. We don't know the details. We don't know her psychiatric history. There's a lot we don't know here. So, but bad things happen. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody has moral agency, though. And we have the freedom to exercise that moral agency, too. Okay. I want to thank Jack Ray for 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate it. We are grateful for your support and are so thrilled that you will join us here every Friday. We do know you have a choice in what channels you watch, and we are so glad you're here. Thank you so very much. Okay, JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Numbers 2228. So if the communication block wasn't there, could we actually talk to our pets? Now, that's an interesting question. Genesis. Sorry, that's Numbers. So we're talking probably about Balaam. Balaam's donkey, am I guessing, right? Our Bible here. Okay. Verse 28. And the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done that you have struck me 3 times?" And the talking donkey. Yep. Shrek. Okay, Um, some animals can understand you. I hate to break this to you. Some animals do understand you. And
I can't understand.
your cat understands you word for word, just doesn't care. Sorry to break that to you. But I think some of this is sometimes the pets understand you, you don't understand them. Now, I will say this. There are some animals that have a language that you can actually understand and communicate with. And there have been biologists that have looked at this. Okay. This is one of those interesting things that, like, for example, those who do, say, research on wolves say that wolves have a language with 22 different communications, ways to communicate. Okay. We could call that a language. A language with 22 words in it. Now, interestingly enough, that 22 reduces to 2 in domesticated dogs. So dogs lose a lot of their wild language when they're domesticated.
And walkies.
Yeah, food and walkies. That's it. Okay. Now, rabbits have a very interesting language. Very interesting. And you can communicate with them and they can understand it. Okay. Mm-hmm. They know how to snub you. They know how to snub you in ways that you would not. I mean, when you see it the first time, you go, "I've been snubbed." Rabbit owners know this by it's called the back. Okay. And then what they'll do is they'll turn their back to you, and then look over your shoulder, make eye contact, and then whip their head forward. It's not enough that you are snubbed. You have to know you've been snubbed. Okay? Yeah. If they run circles around their feet, they like you. And you can run circles around them and show them you like them. Okay? They know how to mimic. So, rabbits have quite a complicated language if you're willing to learn it. So, you can learn some of these these animal languages and communicate back to them in it. Yeah, animal trainers do this all the time. So, the problem we have as human beings is understanding them. They don't seem to have as much problem understanding us. So, it's an interesting question. But it doesn't. It seems that we could talk to our pets today, and some of them, when I say, Myrnie's a good girl, very good girl, Myrnie. Myrnie knows she's a good girl. Producer's looking at Myrnie right now. She's relaxing. She knows she's a good girl. Yep, she can hear me. And it's interesting because you'll see a rabbit and one that's been, maybe one that's had a little bit of a rough life, and you start getting them in the room and they hear people talking, and they'll just calm down. They'll calm down. Like, it's amazing. But yeah, the problem is not so much them understanding us as much as it's us understanding them. So the block is us, not necessarily them. So it does make for some interesting thought, though. Let me put that up. Jonathan Walker says, "Why is Balaam so chilled with the donkey talking?" I would be like, "Excuse me," and repeat that. I can tell you why he's so chill with that. He's a prophet. He's seen strange stuff. Okay? Being a prophet almost entails seeing the strange. Well,
Donkey is nagging him.
yeah.
Like,
Well, Heiser said this about the Bible, and I think this is really an important point. If it's strange, if you're reading the Bible and you encounter something strange, it's important. And if it's important, it's got context and nuance. I think that's a great quote. Yeah. It's strange. Two things here are strange. The donkey talking and Balaam's reaction. That tells you two things here. Yes, the donkey talking is unusual. Very unusual. And it's important. And pay attention here. Because frankly, the donkey is warning Balaam, if you go ahead, you know, there's an angel there waiting to kill you. Okay? The other strange thing is that Balaam doesn't react to the donkey talking. You know, for him, this is an everyday thing. This is status quo. Strange things are everyday events for prophets. You can't be a prophet and be unaccustomed to the strange. So, yeah, Johnny Walker, donkey, quote, "Don't you see the angel in front of me?" No, he didn't. He didn't see it. Yeah. This is what your cat's staring at. You wonder what your cat's staring at? It's the angel in your room. Ha ha. I mean, you look at the passage here in verse 29. Balaam said to the donkey, "Because you've made a mockery of me, if there had been a sword in my hand, I would have killed you now." Wow, nice prophet. Yeah, great prophet. Verse 30. And the donkey said to him, "Am I not your donkey on which you have ridden all your life to this day? Have I ever been accustomed to you to do so? Have I ever been accustomed to do so to you?" He said. And he said, "No." Then the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way with his sword drawn in his hand, and he bowed all the way to the ground. And the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why have you struck your donkey?" Okay, Balaam's in trouble for striking his donkey. "Behold, I have come out as an adversary, because your way was contrary to me. But the donkey saw me and turned aside these 3 times. If she had not turned aside from me, I would have surely killed you just now and let her live." Okay. You gotta love that. Yeah, why'd you beat the donkey? Okay. The donkey spared your life. I would have spared the donkey. You'd be the dead man. And you're threatening your donkey with a sword? Yeah. Yeah. If it's strange, it's important. And if it's important, it's got context and nuance. This is strange, but prophets are used to seeing strange. It's part of their everyday experience. We don't understand this because we don't have the life of our prophets among us. So, yeah, exactly. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, JCM for $2. How can a name be blasphemous? Revelation 13:1. All right. Let's give that a quick read, and then we'll answer the question. Revelation 13, verse 1. And he stood on the sand of the seashore, and I saw a beast coming out of the sea, having 10 horns and 7 heads, and on his horns were 10 diadems, and on his heads were blasphemous names. Okay. There's lots of ways to make blasphemous names. You know, anything that's sort of, you know, basically compound names. Essentially, a name is more than just, say, Tom or Peter or George. A name can be a sentence and a small phrase. Okay? You see this a lot in ancient languages. Like, for example, Ramses. Okay? Ramasu. Ra has begotten him. It's a phrase. A lot of names are made of small phrases. And it's really easy to create small phrases that are blasphemous. Okay? And I won't mention what those are. But, you know, there's you know, you could easily do that. Easily. You know, just even the simple, for example, if someone had a name, let's say just for the hypothetical, I am God. That's a blasphemous name, if you had that as a name. Okay? So, there's lots of ways to make blasphemous names out of phrases. So that's probably what it's talking about here, is these short phrases that are blasphemous. Okay? So that's what I would expect here. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But again, Thomas is not a blasphemous name. Okay, AnthroSoup for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Dr. Falk, can there be prophets today? Why or why not? Yes, there can be prophets today. Now, there's a catch. There's a catch. Most of what a prophet does is just unveiling the present. 90% of what prophets did in the Old Testament is revealing what the present situation is to those who didn't understand. Okay? That's basically what a prophet's job is. He's to reveal, Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky says 99% of people don't know what's going on. 99.9% of people don't know what's going on. 99% of people don't know that they don't know what's going on. Okay? This has been true of all ages. The vast majority of people don't know what's going on. And the vast majority of that majority don't know that they don't know what's going on. The job of the prophet is to show what's going on. It's to tell them they don't know what's going on, and then to show them what's going on. That's the job of the prophet.
It's not fun.
It's not fun, no. No, it's not fun. It's not a fun vocation.
What's going on is not fun.
Very little of a prophet's job is to predict the future. Very little. Most of a prophet's job is to explain the present. That's most of what a prophet does. Okay. So, can there be prophets today? Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. There can absolutely be prophets today. People who explain the present and explain it well.
But if somebody's enjoying themselves, raking in money.
Emily Tedescu says, this is why I'm not a news junkie. It's all obfuscation. Yeah. A lot of it is obfuscation. And this sort of clouds. It's meant to cloud you. These are your anti-prophets. These are your false prophets. Think of it this way. Think of your CNNs and your ABCs and your NBCs. They're your false prophets in the traditional sense. Okay? I'm not saying they're false prophets as in their religious figures, but they're obscuring the present. They're painting you a narrative that obscures the present. That's a sign of a false prophet. Now, I'm not suggesting taking them out and stoning them. Don't do anything like that. That would be wrong. But they are acting in the role of a false prophet, which is that they are taking what should be clarified and making it murky, so you don't get the full picture. It is the job of the prophet to make the present clear. Okay? So, yes, there could be prophets today. Absolutely. And we could use some. People who make things more clear. Andrew Graham, Brian Stelter, the false prophet. I like that. BC, and a certain someone who bought 200 US radio stations. Yeah. It's controlling the message. You control the message, and you can change the message. You're a false prophet. You might not even be religious and be a false prophet. It's possible. Okay. Next one here is from Ephesians 5:11 for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Have there been any Egyptian hieroglyphs found depicting the Israelites? And I don't know what you mean by depicting. There have been some iconography that's probably Israelite iconography. Okay. We do see some on the Cour du Cachet at of Merneptah at Karnak, which has a strong possibility of depicting Israelites. I saw a couple of ivory inlays that I believe are Israelite depiction of the Israelites. There's also the name Israel on the Merneptah stela. Okay, and those are written in hieroglyphs. Okay, so it depends on here what exactly you mean by hieroglyphs. But if you mean iconography, yeah, there's probably some. If they are talking about the name Israelite, yeah, there's some of that too. Okay, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. How would you interpret Job 5:1? I think it's a rhetorical statement. Some Catholics use this verse to argue for calling out to the saints. Well, I don't think it'd be saints, but let me just check. Of course, I don't know exactly what they mean by this. Catholic theology can get pretty Jimmy. Oh, okay. We'll take that in a moment. Job 5:1 says, "Call now. Is there anyone who will answer you? And to which of the holy ones will you turn?" All right. I don't think this is talking about the saints. First of all, it predates the whole saint thing. Okay. We do know that there is that the Council of Gods is something that's already extant by the time of Job. And Job dates to, I would guess, probably around Iron Age 2. Okay? So just before the Babylonian exile. So I think that in here you've already got an established Council of Gods theology. So I think this does not apply to say later ideas of the saints. I just think it's It could be the ones in Shale. That's possible. The whole text says, "Call out now. Is there anyone who will answer you? And to which of the holy ones will you turn? For vexation slays the foolish, and anger kills the simple. I have seen the foolish taking root, and I cursed his abode immediately. His sons are far from safety. They are even oppressed in the gate. Neither is there a deliverer. His harvest the hungry devour, and take to it a place of thorns, as the shimmer is eager for their wealth." Okay. So, and does anything else earlier than this? Oh, this is Eliphaz too. All right, not a great witness. here's again. We're seeing one of the unfaithful, unreliable friends of Job here talking. Okay. So again, take this with anything in this thing with the proverbial grain of salt. Okay. Whenever you start seeing stuff talked about by Job's friends, yeah, be cautious. Be very careful. Be very careful building any theology on anything that Job's friends are talking. Okay? Because Job's friends are basically told that Job's friends are wrong most of the time. So, yeah, make Job great again. Oh boy. Yeah, don't. Don't make his friends great. Okay. Job's friends are scallywags. Oh yeah, they're total scallywags. Totally. Andrew Graham, not wise counsel then no. No. So do not rely on this verse in 5:1 for anything. Okay? It might be a rhetorical statement, it might be a reference. It's probably a reference to the Council of Gods, probably. But again, do not use this as, say, rhetoric for calling out the saints. Don't do that. It's not a good verse for that. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I will take that one from Jimmy that just came up. Jimmy Jew from Philly says the Berlin pedestal has the earlier possible name, I think. No, it doesn't. The Berlin pedestal should not be used as evidence. It's terrible. It's been, it's so, that translation has been so butchered that it's not, it doesn't say Israel. It says Yashair. Yeah, no, not Israel. Not Israel at all. So, yeah, don't use it. Don't use it at all. Sorry, it's not Yashair. Ia Shair. Don't even know how they got Ya out of it, but gee. No, Manfred Borg, Van der Veen, and Thies should not have published that paper. That was a terrible paper. And, yeah, Jonathan Walker, you have to be drunk to get it right. Absolutely. Yeah, as I said, 3 sheets to the wind. We talked about this. If you want to hear more about this and why this is such a bad argument, I did like 20 arguments for the early Exodus date, and it's like one of the last of those. Yeah, it's terrible. Definitely do not use this. Jonathan Walker, you have to be drunk to get it right. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so yeah, do not use the Berlin pedestal. It's even dated wrong. It's even dated wrong. It can't date to Amenhotep III or Amenhotep II. It has to date to Ramses II, just because of how deep those carvings go. So it's not even dated right. Okay. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. In what way is God using the word no in Genesis 22:12? Let's look at that. If I'm right, this is the word yada. Yeah. All right, and the text says, and he said, do not stretch out your hand against the lad, and do nothing to him, for I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. Okay. I actually did, when I was in seminary, a word study on the word yada, where I went to all the journal articles that have ever been published on yada and looked them all up. And the word yada has a broad semantic range, like all words in Hebrew. Okay? It can just mean to know something. Okay? It can mean just to, hey, I know the sky's blue. It can be used in that way. It can be used for intimate knowledge, as in, I know what my wife thinks about cookies. Okay? Been married to her for 25 years. I know what she thinks about cookies. Okay? It can be used to express that intimate knowledge. It can also be used as a euphemism for sex. Okay? So, when we look at a passage like this, Genesis 22:12, it can't mean that latter meaning. Okay? Okay, so it's not being used in that respect. Okay. So that sort of narrows down the semantic range to either just God knows, or God has intimate knowledge of the character of Abraham, that he fears him. Either one might work in this particular case, but those are sort of the three broad meanings of this word. Okay, so you can then take at that point what you think is the best meaning for this. Okay. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Juan has a member question here. Ezekiel talks about the prophecy of Babylon destroying Tyre, but Tyre was ultimately destroyed by Alexander the Great. Was Ezekiel wrong? Okay, Ezekiel 26:14. Now, we have actually covered this one several times, but we'll go over that's okay, we'll go over it again. We get this frequently because a lot of skeptics love this one. And, of course, they butcher it. So let me find Ezekiel here. And 26. And 14. Let's start earlier, though. Okay. Let's start verse 2, and then work our way down to 14. Son of man, because Tyre has said concerning Jerusalem, aha, the gateways of the people is broken. It has opened to me. I shall be filled now that she is laid waste. Therefore, says the Lord God, behold, I am against you, O Tyre, and I will bring up many nations against you, as the sea brings up its waves. Many nations. Okay. So many nations are going to go against Tyre. And I will destroy the walls of Tyre and break down her towers. I will scrape her debris from her and make her rock bare. Okay. Going to scrape off the rock. She will be a place for spreading of nets in the midst of the sea, for I have spoken, declares the Lord God. And she will become a spoil for many nations. Many nations. Also, her daughters who are on the mainland will be slain by the sword, and they will know that I am the Lord. For thus says the Lord God, behold, I will bring Tyre from the north, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, king of kings, with horses, chariots, cavalry, and a great army. and he will slay your daughters on the mainland with a sword. So Nebuchadnezzar's also going to do his thing. And he will make siege against walls against you, cast up a mound against you, and raise up a large shield against you. And by the blow of battering rams he will direct against your walls, and with his axes he will break down your towers. And we can probably just go right to 14. And I will make a bare rock a place for spreading of nets. You will be built no more, for I, the Lord, have spoken. Okay. Now, if you're getting conquered by many nations, you're rebuilding after each one. Let's just be right clear about this. If many nations are coming against you, this is not a one-off deal. This means wave after wave after wave is going to come against you. Okay? So, now the question is going to be, Alexander the Great destroys Tyre, and he wipes it off. You know, he does that scraping. Okay? The question is going to be, did Nebuchadnezzar ever conquer Tyre? And the answer to this is yes. And there's actually two cuneiform tablets that show two different snapshots of what happens with Nebuchadnezzar's dealings with Tyre. One, there's a tablet that mentions soldiers provisioning for the invasion of Tyre, for the siege of Tyre. So that's a very interesting thing, because we get a snapshot before. And then there's another one which talks about another shipment of goods being sent to the satrap of Tyre. So this is after the invasion. So it's very interesting. You've got both here. So while skeptics make a huge deal about, well, you know, Alexander the Great, I mean, this was one of the famous arguments of Josh Bowen. He has a weird argument here. He's got a weird argument, where he talks about, well, you know, this can't be, this prophecy cannot have been fulfilled, because the first battle took 13 years according to the Bible. That's not from the Bible, by the way. It's from Josephus. Okay? And the later our invasions took a lot less time. Well, okay. So therefore, because the later invasions took a lot less time, it couldn't have happened in Nebuchadnezzar's day, which is just the strangest, bizarre argument I've ever heard. Because it's just so bizarre, because, well, if you're getting battered time after time after time, maybe your rebuilding's not going so well, your city's in decline. Yeah, it would make sense that future invasions are easier than the initial one. So it's an argument that just doesn't make any sense. But we've got textual proof that shows that, yeah, Alexander the Great conquered Tyre, and so did Nebuchadnezzar. Many nations did. You know, they were easy pickings. They were easy pickings. And they kept rebuilding until it wasn't viable to rebuild anymore. And Alexander the Great made it not viable to rebuild anymore. So, yeah. Babylon did conquer Tyre. Absolutely. And so did Alexander the Great. They both did. And the Bible says that many nations would come against Tyre. So, more than one. So I would call that prophecy fulfilled. So, Ezekiel wasn't wrong here. It's just, you're not getting it all at once here. And you don't get an easy interpretation. The Bible doesn't make it easy for you. That's just laziness. Okay, so thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. Okay, Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Eliphaz in Job 4:18 could be speaking of the prophets when he says angels meeting messengers? Let's take a look at here. Job. A lot of things from Job today. Job 4:18. Okay, verse 15. Then a spirit passed by my face, the hair of my flesh bristled up. It stood up, and I could not discern its appearance, and its form before my eyes. There was silence. I heard a voice. Can mankind be just before God? Can a man be pure before his maker? Rhetorical questions, no one know. He puts no trust in his servants. Against his angel he charges error. How much more those who dwell in the houses of clay, whose foundations is stone, who are crushed before the moth. Okay. No, he's not talking about prophets here. Oh, that's not what he's talking about exactly. He's basically saying here that these spirit beings, maybe his servants. He might be talking about the prophets when he talks about his servants. But against his angels here, he's raising it to a new level. Okay? So Eliphaz is just elevating this. He's basically saying, yeah, if his argument here is if the prophets aren't without problems, and his angels, his messengers, his spirit messengers are not error-free, how much more is mortal man? So it's not that he's talking about just messengers here. But it's a combination here of both spirit being and, say, mortal messengers. Okay. Now, angels can be translated into messengers, so that's not an unreasonable reading. You could read this as messenger, but I think given that that he's already sort of broached the whole spirit thing earlier in this, it's probably more that he's talking about his angelic entities. Okay, but Eliphaz again, unreliable witness, so don't trust him. Okay, do not trust him here. I think a lot of people say, think that just because it's written in the book of Job, you have to believe everything in it. And that's not the case. Okay. Eliphaz is not a reliable witness. I really wish somebody would do a lot more work on inspiration, honestly. I think this is really problematic. Because a lot of people just think everything in the Bible has to be automatically true because it's there. The Bible records people lying. The Bible records people being unreliable. Ananias and Sapphira. It records them. They're the biggest liars out there. So, yeah. But the Bible faithfully records what they say. Just because they said it doesn't mean it's true. Okay, we're almost at midnight here, so we're going to start whipping through these. Just because... yeah, we got to start whipping through these, because... okay. Where did we leave off here? All right, we're at 8:23, so I'm going to go back. We've had 70 super chats tonight, which is great. It's fantastic, but it's a lot to try to answer. Okay. And we've already gone through like 40 of them. We might have to call this a night early, unfortunately, just because it's too much. But we'll try our best. Okay, we'll try our best to get through these. Angel VWM for $5. You think David had his own understanding of what he meant in writing Psalm 22:14 to 17:30 to 31, other than the future Messiah would go through? Let me check. See what it says here. Psalm 22. 14. Start at 13 here. They opened their mouth at me and as ravening wolves and a roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out to join. My heart is like wax, melted within me. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaves to my jaws. And thou dost lay me in the dust of death. For dogs have surrounded me, a band of evildoers encompassed me, and they pierced my hands and feet. I can count my bones, and they stare at me. Okay. They divided my garments among them, for the clothing they cast like lots. Okay. He's using poetic language here, and I know the instance here that he's talking about here. Verse 30, posterity will serve him. It will be told of the Lord to the coming generation, and they will come and declare his righteousness to a people who will be born. He has performed it. Okay. Now, he wrote this during the time when he was being pursued by Absalom. So the kingdom was in civil war. Absalom had basically forced David to leave his palace and go on the run. So this is happening during that period of David's life where he's a king on the run. A lot of his former allies had sided with Absalom. So he's expressing his despair and his despondency in very poetic terms here. But so that's sort of, say, the Christotelic meaning here, is that he's talking about his angst over the fact that he's been driven out of his own kingdom by Absalom. But he wins. He ultimately wins, and of course, makes the comeback. But it happens to be also that this is the Christocentric meaning here is going to be about the future Messiah. So it's kind of an amphibole. It's both. It's both. So there is a Christotelic meaning. Again, he's talking about his despair at being driven out by Absalom. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did people in the ancient Near East have names for the religion that they follow like today? For example, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism? Generally, no. A lot of people of the ancient world had most of the religions were basically just your local cults. They were they weren't necessarily identified by, they might have been identified by a particular cult or god. Like, for example, they would be talking about, say, the worship of X god, worship of Ray, worship of Astarte. So they would have their individual cults, but they didn't have specific names for religion. That's a later categorization, and that comes with the essentially a lot of this is a Roman invention. The names of religion is essentially a Roman invention to basically describe various religions they encountered. The Romans are going to name the Druids. They're going to name the Druids. They're going to name the Christians. Okay? So that's where all this is going to originate from. This is Roman nomenclature that's going to extend to become recognized as these are the names of these religions. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC for $2 Australian. Geek Alert. What's your preferred text editor? VI. Okay. I'm a Vim user. Okay, so I'm not an Emacs user. I'm not a Nano user. I'm a VI user. Okay. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. Jonathan Walker. Oh boy. For $20. Sorry for a long one. Well, that might be not tenable tonight. All right, we will try to do this, but yeah, we're running out of time here. So, are there differences between one deep Mestala, Jonah, and the Hatom? Jonah 2:6. Okay. Wow, this is you got a multi-part. This is a multi-part question here. Okay. Job. Verse 2. Yeah, we don't defer questions to another time. Just because it starts accumulating if we do that. So we can't actually do that. So, and no, that's Job. Sorry, I've got the wrong book. Jonah, where are you? Jonah, sorry. Jonah. All right. Jonah 2:4. Okay. Alrighty, let's see here. All right, the Great Deep is the Tohum. Okay. That's the sea. Okay. Tosla. Sola. Okay, weeds wrapped around my head. Water encompassed me to the point of death. Dash the Great Deep. Engulfed me. Jennifer. Tom. Okay. The Mitsula and the Hatom, they're both deeps. Oh, the deep the Hatom is specifically used usually of the sea. Okay. That's sort of usually what it's usually referred to in terms of the water. As far as the Solam, Misalam, I'd have to do a word study on that to see if there's more going on there. As far as God's Eloha, okay, Eloha is just the word for God, and Elohim is just the magnificent plural. Okay, so Exodus 12:12. Just take a quick look at that. Yeah, next time break this down into multiple questions so they're easier to digest. This is just too much. This is overwhelming. It's hard for me even to see this what your question is to break this down. So 12:12 is, let's see, do we have it parsing here? Elohi, okay. Yeah, so that's the Elohi of Exodus 12:12 is a plural. Elohim is a magnificent plural. So Elohim can either mean gods or it can mean the one great God. So that's the difference here. Whereas, say, in Elohi, in Exodus 12:12, that's just the plural form. All right. Yeah, this should be 4 questions. This shouldn't be 1 question. In fact, I'm going to call it. Sorry. We're never going to get it through anything here. You can ask the rest in smaller questions next time. But thank you for the question. But you have 4 questions in here. Okay? Okay. You got 2 answered. Oh, I'll answer the one last because I know this one off the top of my head. Is Tahom related to Tiamat in Genesis 1:2? No, it's not. Okay? That one I can answer. That one I know off the top of my head. They're not related etymologically or grammatically or even mythologically. So no, they're not related at all. Okay, Vermin the Trash Rat. Who do you think the preacher is in the book of Ecclesiastes, and what is the essential message of Ecclesiastes, in thy view, since it is complicated? I think the preacher is probably Solomon, but that's sort of, we're not really sure. We're not really sure. He's said he's to be the son of a king. So, my guess is he's Solomon. What's the essential message of Ecclesiastes? To love your creator in the days of your youth, because life is hard under the sun. That's the message. Okay? So that's it in a nutshell. Preacher's probably Solomon, because he's the son of the king. And the essential message is remember your creator in the days of your youth, because life is hard. Okay, next one here is from AnthroSoup for $19.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you and Mrs. Folk do here. Well, you're welcome. We appreciate your support of the channel. You guys have helped me more than I can say with my faith. Thank you for your dedication and willingness to share your knowledge to all of us. P.S. Get some sleep. Yeah, that's a difficult thing to say to an insomniac. Okay, just say it. Okay. Next one here. Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Philip Mainlander and pessimism? Don't know anything about Philip Mainlander, so I can't answer this one. I don't know what exactly his view on pessimism is, but don't know. We could look. That could be up. That'll still be up. Yeah. Okay, Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Only if possible, thoughts on Pierre Poilievre. I don't answer political questions on the channel. We try to maintain political neutrality on this channel at all times. Okay, we have a lot of people pushing us into political directions, one way or the other. Okay, I do have my private political opinions, and I keep those private. Okay. Yeah, his French is excellent. I'll say that. Okay, so I do hold political opinions, but I don't share those opinions. Okay, so I'm not going to answer that question. But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh, well, we get a lot of pressure. We get a lot of pressure to answer, to make political statements. A lot of them. And we just keep saying, no, we're not going to do it. No, it would be divisive for our channel, and we don't want to do that. Jimmy the Jew from Philly asks a member question. What books can you recommend for the reigns of Merneptah and the economy of Ramses III? What you were just talking about? Okay, for the economy of the Ramesside period, I would go to Jack J. Johnson's I think it's the economics of the Ramesside period. Just do a quick check on that. But it's by Jack J. Johnson. A moment here to look this up. Sorry, commodity prices in the Ramesside period. That's what I would recommend here. I'll flash this quickly here. That's not that one. Cancel. Acrobat. Okay, let's didn't do it. Did. Oh, it would do that, wouldn't it? All right. There you go. Commodity Prices from the Ramesside Period by Jack J. Johnson. Okay, that's what I would recommend. That is the book on the commodity prices in the Ramesside period. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Mateo for 250. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on the historicity and reliability of Esther? I've heard a lot of scholars just go after Esther like no tomorrow. But I've also found a lot of those criticisms to be underwhelmingly poor. One of the issues here is sometimes they will misread it. Like, for example, Esther talks about the number of governors in Persia, or provinces in Persia. And the objection is sometimes, well, Persia didn't have that many satraps. The text doesn't say satraps. It says provinces. Okay? This would infer that what Esther's talking about here is not satraps, but say smaller divisions like municipalities or counties. Okay? So it's hard to critique Esther on something it's not claiming. And I find that a lot of people who go after the book of Esther do so on the basis of something it isn't claiming. So I think that's deeply problematic when we talk about the historicity and reliability, at least from a critical standpoint. You got to take the text on its own level and what it's claiming. So, from what I've seen so far, it sounds pretty reliable to me. Okay, I'm not an expert on Esther, but that's what I think. I think it's probably historically reliable. Okay. But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope it helps. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Does the Nakash, Genesis 3, relate more to the snake to the Epic of Gilgamesh? Does, quote, crawl on his belly, Genesis 3:14, have parallels to Pyramid Text 2:27, turnover, glide into the ground, seraph, flaming sword? Okay. 2 questions here again. 3 questions here again. You're really pocketing it in here, man. Okay. Does Nakash Genesis 3 relate more to the snake in the Epic of Gilgamesh? I'd say not. Different snakes. The Nakash is not a snake. It's an angelic being. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the snake is a snake. All right. It's not an angelic being. It's just a snake. 2 different things. Okay. Does crawl on the belly Genesis 3:14 have parallels in Pyramid Text 2:27, turnover and glide to the ground? No. In Pyramid Text 2:27, it's talking about the Uraeus. It's talking about the Uraeus being a flying snake. Flying snake that breathes out fire. Not the same thing. Okay? And the final question, does a seraph equal the flaming sword? I think that's a yes. That's a yes. And that's that language of flaming sword is being used there so you don't mistake the seraph for the Nakash. Because a reader of that age would have probably said, oh, seraph, Nakash, same thing. Oh, the Nakash wasn't ejected from the garden. See, he's still there. Okay. So I think, yes, the seraph is the flaming sword in Genesis 3. Okay? Because you always see them paired together. Cherubs and seraphs are paired together. They're like salt and pepper. They're natural pairings. Okay? So, there you go. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Anthro Soup for $1.99. What do you think happened to Elijah? 2 Kings 2:11. Got my ideas here. Let's find 2 Kings here so we can read the passage. 2 Kings 2, verse 11. Okay. Then it came about as they were going along, and this is Elijah and Elisha, and talking, behold, there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire which separated the two of them. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind to heaven. Okay. What happened to Elijah? He's still up there. He's still alive. He's not dead. This happens sometimes. The other instance where this happens is with Enoch. Okay? And whenever you see someone taken to heaven before the crucifixion, they're still alive. They're still alive. Prophets were temporarily taken to heaven. Elijah was taken up to heaven for a lot longer than just temporary. Okay? So, what's happened to him? He's alive and he's up in heaven. Dead people in the Old Testament didn't go to heaven. Dead people went to Sheol. Okay? So, that's what's happened to him. He's up in heaven right now, still alive. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC for $2 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Why is Addison Weir such a scallywag? Oh. Because he likes to support our channel. And we appreciate his support. We are very thankful to him for his support. He has been a good supporter of this channel over the years. And we really appreciate him. He has caused us problems sometimes with some of his questions. They have not always been well timed, but we appreciate his financial support, and that's why he does it. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yes, we are going very quick now because it's after midnight. Jack Ray gifted the channel 10 Egypt of the Bible memberships. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. Okay, Jack Ray for $5. Don Boone question he's supporting. In 2 Kings 7, 6-7, how do the authors find out how the Lord drove out the Syrians? I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, let's move it back a bit here. Let's see where we are here. Okay, I'm going to read it from verse 1 to 7 here, just so I get a little context here what's going on. Then Elisha said, listen to the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord, tomorrow about this time a measure of fine flour will be sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel in the gate of Samaria. And the royal officer on whose hand the king was leaning answered the man of God, saying, behold, if the Lord should make windows in heaven, could this thing be? And he said, behold, you shall see it with your own eyes, but you shall not eat of it. Now there were 4 leprous men at the entrance of the gate, and they said to one another, why do we sit here until we die? If we say we will enter the city, then the famine is in the city, and we shall die there. If we sit here, we die also. Now, therefore come, let us go over to the camp of the Arameans. If they spare us, we shall live, and if they kill us, we shall but die. And they rose at twilight, and go to the camp of the Arameans. When they came to the outskirts of the camp of the Arameans, behold, there was no one there. For the Lord had caused the army of the Arameans to hear a sound of chariots and a sound of horses, even the sound of a great army. And they said to one another, behold, the king of Israel has hired against us the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Egyptians to come upon us. Therefore, They arose and fled in twilight, and left their tents and their horses and their donkeys, even the camp just as it was, and fled for their life. Okay. They didn't have to do anything. When the lepers came to the outskirts of the camp, they entered one tent and ate and drank and carried from there silver and gold and clothes and went and hid them. And they returned and entered another tent and carried there also. And they went and hid them. Very smart lepers. And they said to one another, "We are not doing right this day of good news, but we are keeping silent. If we wait until morning, punishment will overtake us. Now therefore come, let us go and tell the king's household." I love these guys. These guys are cool. I love them. Once they buried the loot, yes. Now let's go to tell the king. Okay. So how do the authors find out how the Lord drove out the Syrians? Oh, they probably weren't. They probably left a couple stragglers, honestly. So it was probably not a. They just probably picked up and left, and they might have had some captured prisoners of war too. That's a possibility as well. You know that they somebody in the camp, you know, because the city's in siege here. Okay, Samaria's under siege. Okay, so ancestors of Benny from the Mummy. Yeah. Our little buddy Benny. Yeah, probably. Okay, so probably they weren't alone here. Okay, I mean, look, these scallywags, are looting the place. Okay, there might have been a few people kept captive though, so it's not that everybody left. It's just that the Arameans left. Okay, so there's probably still some people there, maybe who were prisoners of war, or were trying to enter into Samaria and were captured. You know, somebody else could have very well known, because if there was nobody there, then the lepers would have had nothing to fear. Okay, they're only afraid. The lepers are only afraid because somebody knows they're looting the place. So, yeah, these guys are rich. I love these guys. So that's how they would have found out. If somebody was there who witnessed it. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Steve K for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does the Bible teach that anxiety is sinful? Looking at Matthew 6:25-34, for example, a lot of times this feeling is involuntary. Yeah, okay. Let's look at Matthew. I want to thank you again for the super chat. Sorry that we're running through this so quickly, but we are trying to make good time here to get everybody's answered. Matthew 6:25-34. Okay. Let's actually go a little back. First 24, okay? Because that's going to set the context for this, is verse 24. No one can serve two masters, for either he will hate one and love the other, or he will hold to one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Now, mammon is a term that was used in the first century for riches. Okay, so it basically means wealth. You can't serve God and wealth at the same time. So this is the idea that people are, well, who's your master? Who's your master? Is it God or is it your stuff? So that's the context here of the rest of this. So verse 25. For this reason I say to you, do not be anxious for your life, as to what you shall eat, what you shall drink, nor for your body, as to what shall you put on. Is not life more than food, and the body more, the inferred here, is more than clothing? Okay? He's not saying this stuff isn't important. Okay? It's just life is more than that. Verse 26. Look at the birds of the air, that they do not sow, neither do they reap, nor gather into the barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not worth much more than they? And which of you, by being anxious, add a single cubit to your lifespan? Okay, can you stretch it by a day? Just by being anxious. And why are you anxious about clothing? Observe how the lilies of the field grow. They do not toil, nor do they spin. Yet I say to you that even Solomon, in all his glory, did not clothe himself like one of these. But if God so raised the grass of the field, which is alive today and tomorrow is thrown into the furnace, will he not much more do so for you, O men of little faith? Do not be anxious then, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? With what shall we clothe ourselves? For these are the things that the Gentiles eagerly seek. Okay, the idea here is that the Gentiles are chasing after these things. Okay? They're chasing it. For your heavenly Father knows that you need these things. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and these things will be added to you. Therefore, do not be anxious for tomorrow will care for itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Okay? So then, this is not teaching that anxiety is sinful. It's teaching you that anxiety is wasteful. There's a difference. This is not saying it's sinful. It's that it's not profitable. It's not helpful. It's wasteful. The idea here is that if your focus is wrong, you're going to be wasting a lot of effort and a lot of energy, and your priorities are not going to be right in other ways. Okay? So this is not talking about, say, anxiety as like a mental illness. It's not talking about that at all. And it's not even talking about being anxious that your needs are not being met. It's not even talking about that. It's more or less saying if you're inordinately focused on food and clothing and status and Corvettes and that sort of thing, you're going to get a different outcome. We're called to seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. Our focus needs to be on heaven. Heaven first. And this again comes back to the context here. You can't serve God and wealth.
It's not talking.
No, it's not talking about basic necessities. Yeah, it's talking about the Corvettes and the fancy laptops and the wealthy stuff. Okay, it's talking about wealth. Fancy clothes, the best food, that sort of thing. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, that's what this is talking about here. It's talking about, wasting your time pursuing wealth when you should be pursuing God. So that's what it's talking about here. It's not talking, again, about anxiety. It's not saying anxiety is sinful. It's saying it's wasteful. That's a whole different matter. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Jack Ray, another sponsored question here for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. And this is from Alexander Mendez, and he says, do you think Adam and Eve were the first humans or the first human priest and priestess of God? Also, do you think that Alulim in the Sumerian king list has some sort of similarity to Adam? Not really. Okay, I'll answer that last one first. I don't think that Alumine is related to Adam. But your first question, do I think Adam and Eve were the first humans or the first human priest and priestess? Uh, Here's how I typically will answer this. Oh yeah. Just a heads up. We're gonna cut off super chats. So at this point, any new super chats that come in, we're not gonna answer. Okay, because we're way past. Yeah, and no non super chats either. We're not gonna do any more non super chats for the night, just because we have so many. Yeah. Try again next week. For your question. Okay, so, I leave the question of whether or not Adam and Eve were the first humans open. I think from the text they're probably not, but they are definitely the first human priest and priestess of God. Okay, so the latter is definitely true. They are the first human priest and priestess of God. I don't think there's even any question of that. Do I think they were the first humans? I'll leave that an open question. I tend to lean towards the no on that one. But depends on what side of the bed I get up on. All right? But I think from the Toledot structure at the beginning of Genesis chapter 2, that it's probably the case that they weren't the first humans. All right, so hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat and sponsoring that question. Really appreciate it. Okay, followers of the shepherd ask the question, member question. In 2 Chronicles 5:10, it states that only the 10 commandments were in the ark, while Hebrew 4 says there were 3 items inside. Why were they removed? Okay, let's talk about this, because it's not quite what's going on here. Let's take Hebrews 9:4 first, and let's explain that. Well, actually, let's take 2 Chronicles first. Okay. 2 Chronicles 5:10. Okay. There was nothing in the ark except the 2 tablets which Moses put there in Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the sons of Israel where they came out of Egypt. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward. The problem's going to be Hebrews here. Okay. Hebrews 9. Okay. Now, Hebrews 9:1, and we'll just we'll walk through this here. Now, even the first covenant had regulations of divine worship and the earthly sanctuary. For there was a tabernacle prepared, the outer one, in which there were a lampstand and a table and the sacred bread. This is called the holy place. And behind the second veil there was a tabernacle called the Holy of Holies, having a golden altar of incense and the Ark of the Covenant covered on all sides. And that which, now here's the problem with this, is that in which, now I'm going to take a quick peek at the Greek. Peek at the Greek here. Okay, and Eron. Incense sensor and the Kabal. Okay, so we got the Ark of the Covenant. In dative. I'd have to look up something in the Greek here to really answer this one, but all right, let's just get back to that. Okay. And it says here, in which was a golden jar holding manna and Aaron's rod which budded, and the tablets of the ark of the covenant. Okay. Now, this is going to be the issue here, is what is actually the relationship here between those three items? Earlier in, say, the book of Exodus, it's going to, or in the, yeah, I think it's Exodus, it's going to talk about the golden jar of manna, and it's going to talk about Aaron's rod. But these are not items that were contained in the ark, but set before the ark. So this is one of the questions I'm going to have to do, is if to really answer this, I'd have to go to the text critical stuff and see what if that preposition is always in which, or if there's a different preposition that's used in some manuscripts. So I'm going to have to sort of take a pass on being able to answer this one thoroughly, because I'd have to look closer at Hebrews 9:4. In fact, I'll make a note of it right now. Okay, because in the Pentateuch, these are not items inside of it, but before it. So I'm gonna have to look at the text critical stuff of Hebrews to really answer that, because I have a suspicion that there might have been an inserted or changed preposition here. So I'm gonna have to defer this until I get a better insight of the text here. All right, so I'm sorry I'm not able to answer this one fully right now, but I'll have to get back to you on that. Okay? Okay, next one here for answering LDS for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And he says, does the lack of Jesus in the Dead Sea Scrolls pose a problem for biblical theology? Not at all. Most of the Dead Sea Scrolls were written in the 2nd to 1st century BC. You do get some late ones that go up to 70 AD, but and I think there's maybe even a few that are in the 130s, but it's really not a problem. It's really not a problem. Jesus did not play prominently in the cult that resided at Qumran. So, and everyone presumes it's the Essenes. So, yeah, Jesus was not a figure in that. So, you know, he would have no influence in what their activities were. So the fact that Jesus is not found in the Dead Sea Scrolls doesn't mean anything. So anyway, well, the Dead Sea Scrolls had a lot of other texts. They had a lot of Jewish texts. I'm still of the opinion that these were Essenes that were making a little side change by manufacturing manuscripts. That's what I think they were doing. You know, they were making copies. They were making copies and selling them, is what I think. And that was perfectly legitimate in that day. I mean, it was Judea was a very literate culture. A very literate culture, and people were buying private copies of various texts for personal devotional use. Yeah, just like we have books. You know, we today like having personal copies of the Bible. Well, you know, people back then did too. So I think what we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls is basically a place where imperfect texts are disposed of. Because one of the things we do find in the Dead Sea Scrolls is a lot of errors. There's a lot of errors in those Dead Sea Scrolls. So, BC, but Jesus and the disciples were illiterate. No, they weren't. They weren't illiterate. I mean, Jesus pulls out a Torah scroll and he reads it. Or I think it's the Isaiah scroll. He pulls out an Isaiah scroll and he reads it in a synagogue in Nazareth. Of course, they want to stone him for it, but yeah, they weren't illiterate. They weren't illiterate. Okay, so it might have been in Greek. We're not told what language it's in. It could have been in Greek, could have been in Hebrew, we don't know. But he was reading it. So if you're reading it, You can't be illiterate. Okay, so thank you very much. I don't think the Dead Sea Scrolls not having Jesus contained in it is a problem at all. Dossman for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Just got your book and I'm really loving it. Well, thank you very much for buying the book. We really appreciate it. It does, at this point, it supports the channel. So, we appreciate people who buy our book. I'm glad you're loving it too. That was a labor of love. I really enjoyed making that book. I really enjoyed the whole process of it. Going to Egypt and taking those photographs was a lot of those photographs were taken just for the book. So that's how I blew my advance, by the way. I blew my entire advance on photographic equipment and the trip to Egypt. So we wanted people to have a book they can enjoy. Okay? We wanted people to enjoy the book. Not just get good information out of it. Because here's the thing, if you just give them good information, they'll sort of read it and toss it aside. Never pick it up again. We wanted something where they could go through it over and over and over again and enjoy the pictures. So we wanted it. So for us, this was really a labor of love. So we're glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for purchasing the book. We really appreciate it. Okay, Justin R. asked the member question. Why do you think early Christians did not keep detailed records of what happened to Jesus' relatives? Because Jesus was the focus. That's why. Jesus is it. You know, it's all about following the Lord. So the Jesus' relatives were really sort of a secondary characters in all this. So, okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Or I guess member question. Thank you again for Jack Ray for gifting the channel with 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Your support of the channel was really important, and we do very much appreciate it. Paul for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Please answer Justin R. question. Was there a Justin R. question? Did you find that? Oh, I already answered it. Oh, it's the member question. Okay. Yeah, we answered member questions, so that's cool. But thank you very much for the super chat. We do appreciate the support of the channel. Okay. All right, and we're down to the last super chat. Wow. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, what do you say to someone who divides with old earth creationism Christians who don't share the same wooden 6 literal days were the beginning origins position? I say that that's being divisive. That's what I say. I say that that's being divisive over a secondary issue. And yeah, I don't have a high opinion of people who are divisive over this. I mean, I've heard some really nasty stuff coming out of some of these young earth creationists over old earth creationism. You know, I've had some of them call me old earth creationist, and like there was one guy who called me an old earth creationist like it was a pejorative, and it's like, I'm not an old earth creationist, dude. Dude. I mean, I don't hold any concordant view on origins. I don't like concordant views. I think concordant views are inherently problematic. So for me, I find young Earth creationism problematic, progressive creationism problematic, old Earth creationism problematic, theistic evolution problematic, day-age theory problematic. I mean, I find all of that problematic because you're trying to shoehorn science into a narrative that was never designed with those categories in mind. Okay? So I find all of them problematic. So I don't take any of those views. So, so what I would say to this is, if you are a young Earth creationist, an old Earth creationist, or whatever, chill. This is a secondary issue. Salvation does not depend on this issue. It's never found in the church creeds. It's never been a tenet of the historic Christian faith. If you think that this is the issue to die on a hill for, you are adding something to the essentials that was never there in historic Christianity. Okay, so this is just elevating a pet dogma to a place of an essential. That's what this is. This is not something that's written in stone. It's never, as I said again, it's never been held as a core doctrine of the historic Christian faith. The fall is, absolutely, the fall of man is, but the creation isn't. And that's a very important distinction. Fall of man is an essential dogma. Creation isn't. And I think that's very telling that the church fathers never saw it that way. Never saw creation as a dogma on a hill to die for. So I think our, say, more fundamentalist brothers need to chill out here, because they're adding to the faith. They're adding to the faith. And when you start adding pet dogmas to the faith, that's a very, very dangerous decision. That's a very, very dangerous move. Because, wow, you're determining people's eternal destiny based upon a secondary dogma and interpretation. And this is very much an interpretation. You know, because if young Earth creationism is required for this, then so is science. You're basically saying that science is essential to the faith. Because that's what young Earth creationism is. Young Earth creationism is a scientific dogma, if we can call it science, grafted onto the scriptures. So, if you're saying that, you're saying that knowledge of science is essential to be saved. What? Yeah, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So they need to chill. And frankly, the old Earth creationists too need to be a little less arrogant about their position also. Okay? The old Earth creationists are admittedly probably more scientifically literate than young Earth creationists, but they need to be also less arrogant about that as well. Okay? They both have problems here. Okay? Yeah, there's always someone who knows more than you. There's always someone who knows more than you. So, so that's what I would say here, is that this is not something to divide over, and it's not something to be arrogant over. So, in both cases, stop it. Okay?
And both sides are probably...
Yeah, and both sides are probably wrong. Which is why I don't play the Origins game. I interpret the Bible in its context, in its ancient Near Eastern context. And that's That's how I interpret Genesis 1 through 11. It's through its ancient Near Eastern context. So I always resist those concordant formulations. I think they're not great. Okay, so we're going to call it a night here because it's 20 to 1. We've had a very long night and a lot of super chats, and we did manage to get through them all. So maybe next week we will do some more non-super chats, but tonight I think we're just going to have to call it here. So I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. I want to especially thank the super chatters for your generosity. We really appreciate it. You keep us fed. You keep us in the lights on here. You keep a roof over our heads, and we really, really appreciate it. This is our living, so we thank you. Thank you so much for this. We also want to thank our Patreon subscribers and supporters and our YouTube membership supporters. We really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. You keep the equipment up to date. We're going to have to do a major repair on, say, our firewall. Some of you may have noticed that that Groundhog is down. That's because of an issue with our firewall, which we're going to need to get fixed. So that's going to probably cost us a little bit. So we want to thank you for supporting that equipment maintenance. We do very much appreciate it. We also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch the channel, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who share the URLs of our videos on other social media platforms. You get the message out. So with that said, thank you very much for watching, and we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.